Chapter 36-29. 12 people? Good, good. Yang Kai laughed happily. He thought back to when he first entered the star boundary and saw the masters of the Emperor realm. He was shocked. But in just a few short decades, the High Heaven Palace he created already had more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm. Moreover, these people were basically all cultivated by his own sect. The heritage of such a large sect was slowly showing. It had only been a few decades, but what if it took hundreds or thousands of years? Only such a sect would live up to its reputation as a top sect. Therefore, Yang Kai was laughing very happily. After laughing, he said, "Since there are so many masters from the Emperor realm, then there's no need to worry about the position of camp commander." Hyoji sneered. Could it be that Master wants to appoint all the camp commanders of the GZ army as members of the High Heaven Palace? What's wrong with that? Yang Kai asked. Hyoji said, if the High Heaven Palace could support the entire GZ army, then there's nothing wrong with that. But the current situation is that the High Heaven Palace can't support it. So the GZ army has to recruit people from the outside. Since we need to recruit people, we naturally need suitable positions for them. If the position of camp commander is assigned to the High Heaven Palace, then how will the other First Order Emperor Realm Masters join us? Isn't there still a deputy camp commander? Yang Kai smiled. Also, under the camp commander, there are still martial guards. Then, the position of left guard can also be held by a First Order Emperor Realm Master, right? Han Zhengqing, who they met on the way back, was a left guard. He was also a First Order Emperor Realm Master, but that was just a part of the Bingtian army. The Bingtian army was so rich that they used the Emperor Realm as their left guard. There was no reason for the GZ army to be inferior to them. Hyoji shook his head and said, although that's the case, it's still inappropriate. Doing so will give outsiders the misconception that the GZ army is the High Heaven Palace's army. The GZ army belongs to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai interrupted. Hyoji stared at him with his mouth open. Yang Kai continued, I want this king to issue a military order so that the army will not dare to disobey. I want the entire GZ army to be united as one. I don't want any noise inside or outside the army. Hyoji said anxiously, Master, you're right to think that way, but if we implement it according to your idea, Yang Kai grinned, I know it's difficult. Aren't you in charge of the army? Hyoji was a little dumbfounded. He suddenly realized that the GZ army wasn't a good job. He had accepted a hot potato, and the most hateful thing was that he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Hyoji slowly shook his head and changed the topic. Let's put aside the matter of the camp commander for now. I want to talk to Master about the position of chief. According to Master's idea, the position of chief needs to be held by someone from the High Heaven Palace. Does the High Heaven Palace have that many Second or Third Order Emperor Realm Masters? Naturally, they didn't. He knew how many people from the High Heaven Palace were in the Emperor Realm. He asked this to make Yang Kai back off. Didn't you want to put all the important positions in the High Heaven Palace? If you don't even have enough people in the chief, how are you going to do that? The High Heaven Palace doesn't have them, but I can find them. Yang Kai smiled slightly. How about this? I'll make a list later. I'll have to trouble Army Commander Yao to go to the Seven Fog Sea and find Army Commander Li to ask for them. Hyoji's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, poaching people? Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Hyoji said, it's better for Army Commander Master to personally deal with this matter. Yang Kai wanted to poach some masters to be the chief of the GZ army, but how could such people be unknown in the various armies? They were definitely the chief of a certain army. This was basically poaching people. Hyoji wasn't afraid of offending people, but it was better to avoid doing it if he could. Yang Kai chuckled. Having Army Commander Yao is enough. I still have other important matters to attend to. I really don't have the time. Army Commander Yao will have to put in more effort in establishing the GZ army. Hyoji wasn't willing to accept this. He chattered with Yang Kai for a while. In any case, he didn't want to accept this task. In the end, Yang Kai helplessly said, how about this? Army Commander Yao will deal with this matter first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll personally deal with it. After saying this, he didn't wait for Hyoji's response. He patted his shoulder and said, "That's all. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned illusory and blurred, disappearing without a trace. "Master!" Hyoji stood up and shouted, but how could he get any response? Yang Kai had long since disappeared. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. He had come here to discuss the establishment of the GZ army with Yang Kai. However, as soon as they started talking, Yang Kai, as the army commander, actually ran away. He still had many things to say. Hua Qingxi was still in the hall. When she saw Hyoji's flustered and exasperated appearance, she couldn't help but smile apologetically. "Army Commander Yao, please calm down." Army Commander Yao was furious. Hua Qingxi hurriedly said, "This should be what the palace master left for Army Commander Yao." She pointed at something on the table. It was a jade slip. Hyoji didn't know when Yang Kai had left it behind. He coldly snorted and took a look at the jade slip. He saw a row of names inside. Xiaowei, Ingfei, Shilei, Hufei, Du Mier, Qilian, Fuling, Li Jiao, Michi. Hyoji's face was still cold and angry. However, after seeing the names on the list, the coldness on his face slowly melted. In the end, he actually smiled and reached out to hold the jade slip as if he was holding something important. When he heard Yang Kai say that he was going to poach someone else, he instinctively felt that it was an annoying task. Moreover, how could the other army commanders let someone go so easily? If they didn't let someone go, then he, as the army commander, would have to argue with the other party. But now, it seemed that although this task was still annoying, it wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. At the very least, Xiaowei, Ingfei, Shilei, Hufei, Du Mier, and Qilian, these 6 monster kings, had a close relationship with the High Heaven Palace. The savage wildland also had a very good relationship with Yang Kai. Now, these monster kings were all under the command of the 3 saint sages. If he went to ask for someone under Yang Kai's order, the Wanfeng and the others wouldn't refuse. As for Fuling, there was no need to talk about her. She was a member of the dragon race. Ordinary army commanders couldn't control her at all. Therefore, she had always been under Li Wui's Jiazi army. Together with the elites she had brought from Dragon Island, Li Wui had organized them into an invincible fierce wind army. With the relationship between Yang Kai and Dragon Island, Fu Ling would definitely be willing to join the Jiazi army. Poaching Fu Ling was equivalent to poaching the entire elite team from Dragon Island. That was over 10,000 people. Among them, there were dozens of powerful reinforcements from the Emperor realm. It could be said that Fu Ling's name didn't only represent herself, but also a part of Dragon Island's strength. There was also Li Jiao and Michi. These two were the sect masters of the top sects in the Northern Territory. They definitely had disciples from their own sects under them. Poaching the two of them over was equivalent to poaching the people from Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect. It had long been rumored that the sects in the Northern Territory only followed the lead of High Heaven Palace. Now that Yang Kai's Jiazi army needed manpower, Li Jiao and Michi definitely wouldn't refuse. With so many third-grade Emperor Realm cultivators and Zhu Qing, the position of commander was more than enough. And once the positions of the chief commander and camp commander were properly assigned, it would be much easier for them to set up the base, because the positions did not require them to be too powerful. Towering Palace could be completely self-sufficient. The Jiazi army could really become the army of High Heaven Palace. This wasn't a bad thing. Admittedly, it would have some influence on the people who joined, but this way, the cohesion of the Jiazi army would be extremely terrifying. No other army could compare to it. After understanding this point, Yao Zhangjun couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Kai anymore. He put away the jade strip and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was contemplating whether he should first return to the 7 Mist Sea and ask Li Wui for people, or go to the army that those people were in and inform them of Yang Kai's intentions. In the end, he decided to go to the 7 Mist Sea and greet Li Wui first. In the army, the transfer of personnel required Li Wui's approval. If he wanted to poach someone's commander and deputy commander, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give Li Wui a heads up first. When he arrived at the space array, Hyoji suddenly realized something. He had clearly accepted the position of commander unwillingly, so why was he so excited to help Yang Kai do things? After thinking about it, he felt that he wasn't happy because of Yang Kai, but because of the bright future of the Jiazi army. While Yao Zhongjun was running around the seven mist sea to poach people from the various army bases, Yang Kai was leading his wives to the High Heaven Palace to greet the various elders. He had already made his intentions clear, so it wouldn't be right if he didn't greet them now. However, he didn't waste any time. He went from one spirit peak to another and visited them one by one. In the end, he went to the residence of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju. After spending a few days with his parents, the two of them were naturally happy. But Kai Yang was able to detect that under his mother's laughter, there was a hint of worry and anxiety. It couldn't be helped. There was still no news of Yang Shui. Back then, Yang Kai brought Yang Xiao and Chongqi back from Dragon Island. He didn't think that the brat Yang Xiao would run away with Chongqi while he was away. Not only did he run away, he even took Yang Shui with him. Lu Yin didn't feel at ease and also followed to protect them. In the end, the four of them entered the Four Seasons realm together. Until now, there was no news of them. Although she knew that Yang Shui would be fine with Lu Yan's protection, her daughter was her own flesh and blood. As a mother, how could she not miss her? What's more, how old was Yang Shui? She was only 7 or 8 years old when she left and had just started cultivating. The Four Seasons realm was the training ground of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Even with Chongqi and Lu Yan's protection, who knew what would happen inside? Every time he thought of this matter, Yang Kai was furious. Yang Xiao, that brat, was asking for a beating. It was fine if he went alone, but he even took Yang Shui with him. According to Zhu Qing, Dragon Island already knew about this matter. For this matter, the second elder Fu Xiu specially came to the High Heaven Palace to inquire about the situation. He even went to the Four Seasons realm in the Southern Territory to investigate for half a year, but he didn't find any clues. Before he left, he told Zhu Qing that Yang Kai should immediately go to Dragon Island to see her. Chapter 3630. Yang Xiao was indeed hatched by Yang Kai and was adopted by Yang Kai. He even gave himself the name Soaring to the Heavens, but in the end, he was still the son of Fu Dun and Zhu Yin, and the bloodline of the dragon race flowed in his body. When Yang Xiao was still in the dragon egg, he couldn't hatch because of congenital deficiency. Originally, according to the rules of the dragon race, he was to be placed in the dragon tomb, but Fu Dun was eager to love his son and secretly hid him on an isolated island. As a result, he was hatched by Yang Kai and was born. Fu Dun doted on Yang Xiao to the extreme and couldn't wait to pour her heart and soul into Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao hadn't pretended to have an impure bloodline, it would have been impossible for him to leave Dragon Island with Yang Kai. She took her son away, but failed to take good care of him. Now that he had entered the Four Seasons realm, there was no news of him. Fu Dun was naturally annoyed. When she got the news, she even prepared to kill her way to the demon territory to settle accounts with Yang Kai. Fortunately, the martial beast Mo Huang stopped her. Otherwise, she might have really done it. She didn't manage to go to the demon territory, so she wanted Yang Kai to give her an explanation. The main reason why Zhu Qing appeared in the High Heaven Palace was that Fu Dun left her behind to send a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also had a headache. How could he go to Dragon Island to give her an explanation? If he really went to Dragon Island at this time, he would be beaten up by Fu Dun. The second elder had never been reasonable. But then again, whether it was for Yang Xiao, that stinky brat, or for his little sister Yang Shui, Yang Kai had to go to the Four Seasons realm to investigate. But Yang Kai really couldn't have much hope in this matter. Fu Dun had investigated for half a year and found no clues, so it would be useless for him to go. In order to comfort his parents, Yang Kai had to go. In addition, he still had to go to the Star Soul Palace, so the trip to the Southern Territory was imperative. But before that, he still had another place to investigate. It wasn't just Yao Xi's excuse, it was a fact that he had many things to do. 10 days after returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai stepped back into the space array under the gazes of Su Yin and the others. With a thought, a dazzling white light from the space array shrouded him. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. When he reappeared, he was in a treehouse. Eastern Territory, Ancient's wild ancient lands. This was the dwelling place of the Stone Puppet Clan, and this treehouse was a small treehouse. Yang Kai had left a space array here back then, so naturally it would appear here now. Walking out of the treehouse, Yang Kai didn't see a single living creature. The Stone Mongoose clan and their symbiotic Wood Spirit clan were on the battlefield in the Western Territory, fighting against the demon race. This place had been devoid of life for several years, but the spirit fruits and spirit herbs planted by the Wood Spirit clan were growing well. Yang Kai casually plucked a red fruit and ate it as he flew up into the sky. Wherever he passed, there was little life. The wild ancient lands was a remote place, but after the outbreak of the War of the Two Worlds, most of the monster race here had followed the Luanfeng and the others to the battlefield, leaving behind only the old, the weak, and the sick. Compared to when he first came to the wild ancient lands, this place was much lonelier. Yang Kai wanted to go to the Blood Door, Tianxing Palace, and the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had entered the Four Seasons realm, and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had also entered the Blood Door, and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had been in the Blood Door for more than 10 years. It was said that many divine spirit sources were sealed in the Divine Spirit Palace, and if they could be opened soon, many monster race clans in the wild ancient lands might benefit. The reason why Shi Lei and the others were willing to follow Yang Kai was because of the opportunities in the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, and his speed had become much faster. In just half an hour, he had arrived at the Blood Door. There was nothing on a bare mountain peak. If he hadn't known that the Blood Door was here, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid too much attention to it. However, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had indeed entered the Divine Spirit Palace from this place. A great battle had broken out in the surrounding valleys. The Divine Spirit Stone Fire had been killed by Zhang Ruoxi with a single move and had extracted its Divine Spirit source, benefiting the embodiment. Not seeing the Blood Door, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. After all, if the Blood Door had really reopened, it would have been impossible for all sides of the star boundary to not receive any news. He just came here to take a look and confirm. Two strange sounds rang out, and Yang Kai turned his head to look. What he saw was a person hanging upside down under the trunk of a big tree, with his arms crossed and one foot hooked on the trunk, seemingly sleeping. Yang Kai had noticed when he arrived that this was a monster general, but he didn't pay any attention to him. However, this monster general's perception wasn't weak, and he noticed something while sleeping. When he opened his eyes, he met Yang Kai's eyes. When their eyes met, the monster general was startled for a moment, then immediately cried out and accidentally fell to the ground from the trunk. He hurriedly stood up and ran over, nodding and bowing. This lowly one greets Lord Yang. Lord Yang, may you live a long life and be in good health forever. Goo goo. Yang Kai looked at him and saw that this monster general had a square head, a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a small nose, and a sharp mouth, like a bird's beak. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai asked, "Do you know me?" The monster general nodded hurriedly. "Who in the ancient lands doesn't know you? Back then, this lowly one was a servant of Master Flying Eagle and saw you killing everywhere, majestic and awe-inspiring. Goo goo. What race are you from?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The monster general said, "This lowly one is an owl that gained intelligence and became a monster. However, something went wrong with my cultivation back then, and this transformation technique isn't perfect. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master." No wonder he looked a little strange. Normally, there wouldn't be any flaws when a monster general transformed into a human form, but this one in front of Yang Kai had very obvious demonic characteristics. An owl that gained intelligence and became a monster, and he did look like one. "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked. The monster general replied respectfully, "I'm following my king's orders to guard the Blood Door." "Oh, right. My king said that this was an order from the Holy Masters." "You're the only one here?" "Just me, goo goo." Yang Kai glanced at his lower body. "How did you get injured?" The monster general replied proudly, "I was fighting with the demon race in the West Territory. This lowly one killed him, and he cut off one of my legs. The blood flowed all over the ground, and it was very painful. However, this lowly one was lucky and kept my life." Heh, a leg in exchange for his life. It wasn't a loss at all. This lowly one still wanted to kill him, and this lowly one still had a leg that could be exchanged for the life of a demon race. However, My king asked me to come back and guard the blood door. So this lowly one came back. Yang Kai opened his mouth. He didn't expect there to be so many things related to the broken leg. He raised his hand and patted the monster general's shoulder. Good job. The demon general immediately revealed a flattered expression. He didn't know what to say. His eyes were red and filled with tears. Yang Kai said solemnly, "Fighting on the battlefield is what men like us should do, but the matter of the blood door is also very important. Guard this place well, and if there are any abnormalities, immediately send a message to inform your great king and the holy senior." "Yes, you can rest assured. This lowly one will stay here and not go anywhere." The monster general straightened his back and patted his chest to assure him. "All right, I'm just here to take a look." Yang Kai nodded to him before turning around and walking back the way he came. After 2 steps, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared, leaving the monster general dumbfounded. After a while, he suddenly remembered and cupped his fist. "This lowly one will see you off, master." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something strange on his hand. He opened his palm and saw a space ring. Yang Kai didn't know when a space ring had appeared on his hand, but after releasing his divine sense to investigate it, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Inside the space ring, there were thousands of monster beasts' monster cores, all of which were extremely extraordinary. Although there was no 12th order monster beast's monster core, it was exactly what he needed. How could he not know that this was a reward from Yang Kai? He knelt down and kowtowed in the direction Yang Kai left, constantly thanking him. Another hour later, Yang Kai appeared in Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. Even if he didn't dare face them, he still had to come to Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu, FA2, had been welcomed back to Star Soul Palace by Lei Hong. Yang Kai came here to send the great emperors off and apologize to Lan Sun in person. Before coming here, Yang Kai had mentally prepared himself. Even if Lan Sun scolded him or hit him, he wouldn't resist. After all, Mingyu did die at his hands. He had even imagined that Star Soul Palace wouldn't welcome him. But when Yang Kai really set foot in Star Soul Palace, he never expected that the mainstay of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors, would experience such great turmoil. The space array was empty, and there was not a single Star Soul Palace disciple guarding it. Not only that, but outside the main hall, a brilliant 5-colored light flowed like a river. Between the heavens and earth, the world energy was restless, and an extremely dangerous aura was fluctuating from somewhere in Star Soul Palace, as if it could collapse this world at any time. Yang Kai was shocked and rushed out of the hall, but when he looked up, his eyes suddenly shrank. Star Soul Palace hadn't been invaded by an external enemy. Even though Mingyu had died, how could the sect of the Great Emperors be shaken so casually? The reason for this change was that Star Soul Palace was suffering from internal problems. What Yang Kai saw was a huge 5-colored treasure pagoda suspended midair, and the flowing 5-colored light was overflowing from this pagoda. This pagoda was Star Soul Palace's most precious treasure, and Yang Kai had entered it to gain experience in the past. There were many mysteries contained within it, and the High Heaven Palace's 1,000 illusionary dream realm was obtained from this 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels, and each level contained a boundless world. It was extremely mysterious. This treasure was also an ancient exotic treasure and was extremely precious. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the reason why Star Soul Palace had such a vast heritage. At this moment, the floating pagoda was trembling, and Yang Kai could see a number of people around the pagoda with solemn expressions, desperately forming seals to maintain its stability. Lei Hong, Shuijingmao, and Xiao Yuyang, the 3 great elders, had all appeared, along with a dozen or so others from the Emperor Realm assisting them. There were also countless Dao Source Realm cultivators gathered around the pagoda, but at this moment, all of them were pale and sweating profusely. Chapter 36-31. Although Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to the 5-colored treasure pagoda, it was obvious that the situation was not good. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Lei Hong, his demonic chi surging madly as he slapped his palms towards the pagoda in an attempt to help maintain its stability. Unexpectedly, When he tried to release his demonic chi, he couldn't enter the pagoda at all and was repelled by the five-colored light. Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace and hadn't cultivated the orthodox secret arts of Star Soul Palace, so the five-colored treasure pagoda didn't accept his strength at all. Suddenly, demonic chi surged, causing the expressions of all the masters from Star Soul Palace to change drastically, thinking that the demon Heavenly Tao had invaded their sect, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, they finally calmed down. Xiao Yang and Shui Jingmao nodded slightly to Yang Kai before focusing on maintaining the stability of the pagoda. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Lei Hong. "Great Elder, what happened?" Lei Hong's expression was solemn. As his hands formed seals, he replied, "Her Royal Highness entered the Yin Yang Pagoda to refine this treasure. Now, it seems that something has happened. The Yin Yang Pagoda wants to break through the void and leave." Yang Kai was shocked. The tower's abnormality was caused by junior sister Lan? Only now did he know that this five-colored treasure pagoda was called the Universe Tower. Before this, he didn't know the true name of this treasure. Lei Hong nodded solemnly, "Yes." Yang Kai angrily said, "Why didn't you stop her?" The Universe Tower was an ancient, exotic treasure that had existed since the founding of Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu had personally refined it and made it the ultimate treasure of the palace. When the great emperors Mingyu were alive, Star Soul Palace's supreme majesty was unshakable, but now that the great emperors Mingyu were gone, Lan Xun, as the only descendant of Mingyu, naturally had to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing Star Soul Palace. Her current cultivation wasn't very high, only the First Order Emperor realm, so she could only rely on treasures. In the Star Soul Palace, the only thing she could rely on was the Universe Tower. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if the Bright Moon Great Emperors were no longer around, Star Soul Palace would still be able to maintain its former glory. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if Lan Xun was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, her strength would increase greatly. She had inherited the Bright Moon body of the Great Emperor's Bright Moon, so she had inherited her father's Bright Moon body. She was the only one who could refine the Universe Tower. But she was too anxious. What kind of treasure was the Universe Pagoda? Not to mention a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a fake Emperor might not be able to refine it, which was why it had caused such a huge commotion. She snuck in. Lei Hong gritted his teeth. If he knew Lan Xun's plan, how could he not stop her? The great emperors were dead, so Lan Xun was the last hope and pillar of Star Soul Palace. More than 10 days ago, he brought the Bright Moon Fa shed back from the Seven Mist Sea. Everyone in Star Soul Palace mourned. In front of the great emperor's mourning hall, from the elders to the disciples, all wore mourning clothes. Lan Xun knelt for several days, motionless. 3 days ago, she suddenly stood up. Everyone asked her where she was going, but she didn't answer. Although Xiao Chun followed her, he was knocked to the ground by Lan Xun in a moment of carelessness. When he came back to his senses, Lan Xun had already rushed into the Universe Tower. She should have obtained a special seal left behind by the great emperor's bright moon. As soon as she entered, the entire Universe Tower was sealed, and all the disciples who were still inside were thrown out. No one else could enter. After that, the Universe Tower became turbulent, and the five-colored light flowed out, forming the current state in front of them. Hearing Lei Hong's explanation, Yang Kai's face became heavy. He knew that he couldn't blame others for this. If Lan Xun insisted on doing this, no one could stop her. Palace Master Yang, save Junior Sister. Please save Junior Sister. Xiao Chen, who was not far away, turned his head at this moment and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. This guy and Yang Kai had always been at loggerheads. In the past, whenever they met, he had never given Yang Kai any face. What's more, as the son of Xiao Yang, he thought highly of himself and felt that there was no other outstanding talent in the world besides him, Xiao Chen. At this moment, this outstanding talent's eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. Obviously, he had exhausted too much strength and failed to look after Lan Xun, allowing her to sneak into the Universe Tower. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with self-blame, and at this moment, he was desperate. Yang Kai glanced at him and gently nodded. "I'll do my best." Turning his head, he asked Lei Hong, "Is there really no one who can go in?" Lei Hong slowly shook his head. No one can. Will the great emperors know about this? Now that there was a space crossing array, it was convenient to travel. If the other great emperors knew about such a big thing happening in Star Soul Palace, they would definitely not ignore it. Lei Hong said, half a day ago, they sent disciples to the Seven Fog Sea. Just as they were speaking, Yang Kai and Lei Hong's expressions both shook. They turned their heads and looked behind them because the auras of the great emperors had suddenly appeared. The next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of the two. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wu Hin, had personally arrived. He stood in the void and looked at the Universe Tower silently. There was nostalgia in his eyes, as well as a trace of sadness. Master, the Universe Tower was in a bad situation. It looked like it could fly away at any time. Now that Lan Sun was still inside, if the Universe Tower really flew away, it would probably never be found again. Even Lan Sun would die of old age inside. Yang Kai was anxious, but Zhan Wu Hin kept staring at the Universe Tower without saying a word, so he couldn't help but shout. Zhan Wu Hin looked down and glanced at him, saying indifferently, "Why are you standing here?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I came to offer my condolences to the great emperors and happened to see this." Zhan Wu Hin smacked his lips. "I'm asking, why are you still standing here?" Yang Kai was confused by his question and looked at him inquiringly. "Get in," Zhan Wu Hin said. Yang Kai was even more confused, cupping his fists and saying, "Master, you may not know, but Great Elder Lei said." He wanted to explain to Zhan Wu Hin, but the other party didn't listen to him at all. Instead, he raised his hand and put it on Yang Kai's shoulder, snorting, "Too much nonsense. If I tell you to get in, then get in." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and threw Yang Kai directly into the Universe Tower as if he was throwing a ragged rag. Yang Kai let out a strange cry. Lei Hong was also shocked, and the nearby Star Soul Palace masters who saw this scene also cried out in surprise. No one expected Zhan Wu Hin to suddenly do this. The moment he was thrown out, Yang Kai only had one thought in his mind. The great emperors are really extraordinary. Zhan Wu Hin put his hand on his shoulder and threw him out. He clearly saw the whole process, and the other party's movements weren't fast, but he didn't have the slightest chance to resist. But this thought only appeared in his mind for a moment before Kai Yang felt as if he was about to become dizzy from the impact. The great emperors made a move with ferocious strength, and Yang Kai's entire body crashed into the Universe Tower at an incredible speed. Even if he had a half-dragon body, he probably wouldn't have a good end. But just as he was about to hit the Universe Tower, the tower trembled slightly, and a doorway-sized whirlpool suddenly appeared in the direction he was going. Yang Kai directly rushed into this whirlpool and disappeared. He went in. He actually went in. A group of Star Soul Palace masters from the Emperor Realm were stunned. Lan Sun had entered the Universe Tower, causing it to react strangely. How could the elders of Star Soul Palace not want to enter? They wanted to help Lan Sun or persuade her to return, but Lan Sun had a special seal left by the great emperors, so the entire Universe Tower was completely sealed. No matter what method they used, there was no way to enter. They could only try to maintain the stability of the tower from the outside and help Lan Sun. But at this moment, after Zhan Wu Hin threw him, Yang Kai actually directly entered the Universe Tower. What kind of mysterious method was this? Lei Hong and the others all looked at Zhan Wu Hin in surprise. With Zhan Wu Hin's method, they didn't need to worry too much. Unexpectedly, Zhan Wu Hin seemed to be aware of their thoughts and said faintly, "Only he can go in. Don't think too much about it." Lei Hong frowned and said, "Master, what do you mean?" Zhan Wu Hin glanced at him and grinned. "This king means that even I can't enter." Huh. Lei Hong was shocked, his face full of disbelief. But these words came from Zhan Wu Hin, so he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. "If you really want to say it, I can also go in." Zhan Wu Hin changed the topic, but that will inevitably damage the Universe Tower. At the very least, I will have to break most of the barriers left behind by Mingyu, and that will take several months. A few months was a long time. Who could wait that long? Xiao Yuyang was puzzled. Even Master can't easily enter the Universe Tower. So why did Palace Master Yang? What do you think? Zhan Wu Hin smiled slightly, his face unfathomable. Xiao Yang suddenly understood. Not only did he understand, but Lei Hong and Shui Jingmao also understood. It was because Yang Kai had inherited the world will of the great emperors Mingyu. The universe tower was refined by the great emperors Mingyu. So no matter who the tower stopped, it couldn't stop the great emperors Mingyu. Even if Yang Kai wasn't Mingyu, he had inherited the world will of the great emperors, so he naturally carried a part of Mingyu's aura, so the universe tower wouldn't stop him. Lei Hong and the others couldn't see it, and even Yang Kai himself didn't feel it, but Zhan Wu Hin saw it as soon as he arrived. There was a subtle connection between Yang Kai and the universe tower. This connection was left behind by the dead Mingyu. Lei Hong said excitedly, "So, Palace Master Yang will be safe after entering the universe tower? Did I say that?" Zhan Wu Hin slowly shook his head. He can go in, but the universe tower is full of mysteries. Even if he goes in, this king can't guarantee what will happen to him. He might not even be able to find Lan Sun. Then what should we do? Lei Hong, Xiao Yang, and the others' faces changed. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Zhan Wu Hin said solemnly, "Anyway, as long as the universe tower exists, they won't die. That little brat is quite capable, so he will find Lan Sun sooner or later." Lei Hong's face was full of worry. But what if the universe tower leaves before that? Zhan Wu Hin smiled. If it leaves, it leaves. That little brat has the space divine technique. So are you afraid that he won't be able to find his way back? Even if it takes hundreds or thousands of years, he will be able to find it. Chapter 36-32. 100 years, 1,000 years. Lei Hong and the others listened with worried expressions. If it was only 100 years, it would be fine. Although it was not a short time, it was not too long either, but if it was 1,000 years or even longer, by the time Yang Kai and Lan Sun came back, they would have had a lot of children. It was not difficult to imagine what would happen if a man and a woman were to live together for 1,000 years. "Get out of the way!" Zhan Wu Hin waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the many masters of Star Soul Palace were all shocked, knowing that the great emperors were going to take action personally. Without hesitation, they withdrew their Emperor Qi and retreated. The five-colored light on the universal tower suddenly soared, and the entire huge tower trembled. The surrounding void shattered, as if the universal tower would break through the void in the next moment. A scarlet flag suddenly appeared, and a bloody sense of conquest filled the air, causing everyone's mind to focus. The flag was so big that it almost covered the entire sky. The Iron Blood War flag. The Iron Blood Great Emperor's life source treasure was not an ancient treasure, nor was it refined by an artifact refiner, but the manifestation of Zhan Wu Hin's cultivation. Using the Iron Blood War flag meant that Zhan Wu Hin had gone all out, which showed how magical the Universal Tower was. Even the great emperors had to go all out to suppress it. Today, if Zhan Wu Hin had not come in person, Lei Hong and the others would not have been able to stabilize the Universal Tower. Sooner or later, Star Soul Palace would have lost this treasure. The scarlet flag's color was incomparably gorgeous, like a blood wall that covered the sky and earth. The rolling color made it seem as if blood was flowing and rolling within it, giving people an indescribable visual shock. The war flag covered the Universal Tower, wrapping it up layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the entire Universal Tower was tightly wrapped. The five-colored light disappeared, and the trembling tower quickly stabilized. The whole world was filled with the scarlet color, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Zhan Wu Hin stood in front of the Universal Tower with his hands behind his back, quietly staring and waiting. At the same time, Yang Kai was complaining incessantly. He was thrown into the Qingkuan Pagoda by Zhan Wu Hin. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was greeted by a strange, hairy monster. The aura of the long-haired monster was extremely strange. He couldn't see through it at first glance. His original intention was to test the waters and see its depths, but who would have thought that this guy would open its mouth wider than the sky, swallowing Yang Kai before he could even react. Soon after, Yang Kai arrived in a strange world. The crimson clouds in the sky were brilliant, and the entire sky seemed to be burning. It didn't seem like it was burning, but it was really burning. What kind of clouds were those in the sky? It was clearly a fire that was burning the heavens. On the ground, there was flowing magma. Boiling bubbles burst, emitting a pungent smell. Hot. It was extremely hot. There seemed to be only one of the 5 elements in this world, fire. Yongkai couldn't feel the existence of the other 4 elements. It was his first time encountering such a strange place. Before he could take a closer look at the situation in this world, a ferocious figure rolled out of the magma. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a moose, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse, the scales of a fish, and 2 horns on its head. Its entire body was on fire, and its feet were covered in black flames. It looked strange but majestic. Qilin, the ancient divine spirit, Fire Qilin. Yongkai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Fire Qilin's ranking among the divine spirits was relatively high. If the divine spirits of the world were divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, with dragons and phoenixes being the most respected, then the Qilin would definitely be among the top 3 classes. Its ranking was almost the same as Qiongqi's. Yongkai knew a little about how strong Qiongqi was. Normal fake emperors were no match for him. Then what about this Fire Qilin in front of him? Therefore, when the Fire Qilin appeared, Yongkai acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He communicated with the sealed world bead and was ready to throw out his 3 half-saint protectors at any time. There was now more than one Dharmakaya in the sealed world bead. Baliamo and Uruming had forced Bai Zhua and Bai Ye to him so that he could keep them by his side. If 3 half-saint protectors joined forces, then no matter how powerful the Fire Qilin was, it wouldn't be a match for them. Before this thought came to his mind, there was a gurgling sound, and one Fire Qilin after another rolled out of the magma on the ground. Each of them was ferocious and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins on the magma. They surrounded Yongkai tightly and stared at him with their fiery red eyes. Yongkai's expression became strange. If there was only one Fire Qilin here, then he could understand. The Yin Yang Pagoda was extremely mysterious, and there were countless small worlds sealed inside. It wasn't impossible for there to be such a strange world. However, there was something wrong with so many Fire Qilins appearing all of a sudden. No sacred spirit had such an outstanding reproductive ability. The dragon race couldn't do it, the phoenix race couldn't do it, no sacred spirit race couldn't do it. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be hundreds and thousands of Fire Qilins in this world. The way of heaven was to take what was in excess and make up for what was in deficiency. Sacred spirits were so powerful. If their reproductive ability was also so strong, then how could there be room for other creatures to survive in this world? In order to prove his thoughts, Yongkai raised his hand and slashed at the Fire Qilin closest to him with a crescent blade. The crescent blade cut through the air and slashed the Fire Qilin's body. With a mournful cry, the Fire Qilin's body was cut in half. As expected, it wasn't a real Fire Qilin. If it was a real sacred spirit Qilin, Yongkai wouldn't have been able to kill it in one move, but for some reason, these guys looked like real sacred spirit Qilins. Even with Yongkai's excellent eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the attack seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. The surrounding Fire Qilins pounced on him fiercely. For a moment, the world was filled with flames and magma, and even the burning clouds in the sky were burning even more fiercely. Yongkai didn't dare to be negligent and immediately summoned his 3 half-saint protectors. Although these Fire Qilins weren't real sacred spirits, they were definitely not weak. From the test just now, it seemed that each of them had the strength of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Yongkai didn't care about 1 or 2 of them, and he could deal with 10 or 20 of them. However, if there were 100 or 2 of them, Yongkai could only flee. However, this world of pure fire should be one of the countless small worlds sealed in the Yin Yang Pagoda. Unless the barrier of this small world was broken, Yongkai wouldn't be able to escape. It would take a certain amount of time to break the barrier of this world, so naturally, he would need someone to protect him. As soon as the embodiment appeared, Yongkai immediately understood what was going on. Without saying a word, the embodiment summoned its demonic warhammer and slammed its fist on its chest, causing its body to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 300-meter-tall behemoth. The demonic warhammer also grew bigger. The embodiment stood on top of the magma and waved the demonic warhammer. The strength of a half-saint was released, and the fire cheelants that pounced on him were smashed into pieces. Baya and Baizhua didn't have such fast reaction speed. When they arrived, they were at a loss. When they saw the situation around them, they were shocked. One of them exclaimed, "What's going on?" While the other asked, "What's going on with Brother Yang?" Yang Kai responded, "Just kill." Then what was there to hesitate about? The two half-saint obeyed and started killing. With three half-saint protecting him, no matter how many fire cheelants there were, they couldn't get within 300 feet of Yang Kai. Every fire cheelant that pounced on him died. Yang Kai stood quietly in place and closed his eyes to sense. At the same time, he carefully recalled his encounter after entering the Universe Tower. He vaguely felt that he had grasped the key point. After a while, Baiyu exclaimed, "Brother Baizhua, something's wrong." Baizhua nodded. "We can't kill them all." Although there were many fire cheelants, with three half-saint attacking together, they would eventually be wiped out. However, the number of fire cheelants in front of them didn't decrease at all. No matter how many fire cheelants they killed, they would still pounce on them. The two half-saint took a moment to observe the situation. Only then did they realize that something was wrong. Every time they killed a fire cheelant, another one would emerge from the magma. That was why they couldn't kill them all. What the hell is this place? Baizhua smiled bitterly. The fire cheelants weren't real objects. They were condensed from the power of the Earth's fire. Unless they extracted the power of this entire world, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. They were half-saint, so killing these fake fire cheelants was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. However, if they delayed for too long, even ants could bite an elephant to death. This is a training ground. Yang Kai finally opened his eyes and calmly explained. The Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. For countless years, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace had come here to train and become stronger. The countless small worlds sealed inside were all for this purpose. The small world in front of them was naturally the same. If they didn't have an endless supply of fire cheelants, they wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of training. "Brother Baizhua, come with me." Yang Kai called out and flew into the sky. Baizhua immediately followed after hearing this. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had flown thousands of feet into the sky. Looking at the tumbling flames in the sky, Baizhua solemnly said, "Brother Yang, be careful." Although he didn't know what the tumbling flames were, Baizhua still perceived a dangerous aura from them. Before he could finish speaking, the tumbling clouds of fire became even more violent. In the next moment, a large bird rushed down from the clouds of fire. This bird had a wingspan of more than 10 feet, a crimson body, and a beak as sharp as a sword. The most conspicuous feature of this bird was that it only had one leg, a bifong. It was another kind of divine spirit. Needless to say, it was similar to the fire cheelants that appeared in the underground magma. Neither was a true divine spirit, but rather a condensation of the fire power of this world. With the previous encounter, neither Yang Kai nor Baizhua were too surprised to see this scene. Sure enough, following closely behind the first Inferno crane, hundreds and thousands of Inferno cranes appeared from within the fiery clouds, and they swooped down while emanating surging flames with the intention of incinerating this offending enemy on the spot. Baizhua rushed forward, his figure flickering as he rushed in front of Yang Kai. His demonic chi rolled and blood spurted in all directions. The dozens of bifangs in front of him didn't even have time to groan before they were killed on the spot. Yang Kai followed closely behind, the myriad sword chi sweeping through everything in its path. One man and one demon, their auras soaring to the sky. Chapter 36-33. In just a few hundred feet, thousands of bifangs had been killed by the two of them. However, these bifangs were like the fire cheelants. They were inexhaustible. Even if they killed 10,000 of them, it would be useless. However, they had already reached the bottom of the fire clouds. Yang Kai swung his sword in the sky. His body was wrapped in the sword's radiance as he charged forward bravely. Baizhua protected him from behind. He raised his hand and cleared the enemies. The fire clouds kept rolling, but the burning fire couldn't block out the dazzling cold light. In the next moment, the fire clouds broke. Yang Kai and Bai Zhua charged into the sky. There were still fire clouds above the sky, connecting heaven and earth. There was no end to them. The two of them charged forward without stopping. After a long time and killing countless Baifangs, Yang Kai stopped. Bai Zhua saw this and immediately stopped as well. They activated their devil aura to protect themselves. In the lava below, the Dharmakaya was informed by Yang Kai. He hurriedly called out to Bai Ya, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, his body returned to human size. He carried the demonic war hammer and charged into the sky. Behind him, the fire Cheelants chased closely. They charged into the fire clouds and faced the large group of Baifangs. The fire Cheelants stopped. It was as if the sky and the ground were two different territory. The fire Cheelants were in charge of the ground while the Baifangs dealt with the enemies in the sky. The fire clouds and Baifangs couldn't stop Yang Kai and Bai Zhua. Similarly, they couldn't stop the Dharmakaya and Bai Ya. After a while, the two sides met up. 30 minutes. The Dharmakaya spoke on behalf of Yang Kai. Bai Ya and Bai Zhua nodded. The three half-saints spread out and surrounded Yang Kai to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes were closed tightly as he stood motionless in place, but anyone could feel the space principles emanating from his body. These space principles weren't strong, but they spread out in all directions, as if they were searching for something. What else could he be looking for? Naturally, he was looking for the weakest point of this world's barrier. This place was one of the countless small worlds in the universe tower. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the barrier of this small world. Previously, Yang Kai had searched on the ground, but he couldn't find any flaws. He could only continue to search in the sky. Even though Yang Kai's current attainments in the space laws were not weak, it was still not easy to break through the seal of a small world. However, every world had its own weak point. For example, the astral world. The place where the passage between the two worlds existed was where the astral world's world barrier was weak. That was why the demon race had the opportunity to open up the passage between the two worlds. Even a large world like the astral boundary had weak points, not to mention a small world. Fortunately, Yang Kai had already discovered something, but he still needed some time. Most importantly, this world was not that big, so Yang Kai could easily find it. If he were to enter a very large small world, he would have to spend a lot of effort. As the space laws filled the air, Yang Kai's mind was like a sharp blade. As the space laws were used, he cut into the weak point and slowly pried open a gap. The three half-saint beside him were in a frenzy. The Baifeng was condensed from the power of the world, so it did not fear death and did not feel pain. It died and came back to life again, and this cycle was endless. The Dharmakaya was slightly better. He was born with the body of the stone mongoose, and he also had the stone fire origin. Even so, he did not feel tired. Bai Zhua and Bai Ya, on the other hand, were using up a portion of their strength. At this time, they did not dare to hold back. Almost every attack was done with their full strength. In such a state, it was difficult to maintain for long. Fortunately, it was only the time for one incense stick to burn. If it was just a few days, the two half-saint did not know if they could hold on. While fighting, they also paid attention to the movements on Yang Kai's side. As time passed, the originally weak fluctuations of the space laws slowly became stronger. Obviously, Yang Kai had made some progress. Sure enough, after an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. The fluctuations of the space laws were extremely strong. Around him, the void became illusory and layers of ripples appeared. He moved forward. His hands formed into knives and stabbed forward. Strangely enough, when the two hands stabbed forward, they actually disappeared into the void and disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. His devil chi erupted like a tsunami, and he shouted, "Open!" As his voice sounded, his hands suddenly tore to the sides. The sky was torn apart like a fine piece of brocade. Amidst the buzzing of the world, a crack slowly appeared in sight. The crack was dark and empty. As Yang Kai moved, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a ferocious crack that was more than 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. Yang Kai turned around and called out to the three-half saint, "Let's go." This damn place was simply not a place for humans to stay. Now that they had broken through the world barrier, it was naturally better to leave as soon as possible. Without hesitation, Bai Ya and Bai Zhuo used their secret techniques to kill the enemies on their left and right. Their figures floated back directly to Yang Kai's side. Their Dharma bodies swung their hammers, and they also retreated. Yang Kai urged his devil chi to wrap them up and plunge into the crack in front of them. When they reappeared, they were already in another world. Not far from them, a strange-looking monster covered with long hair covered its abdomen. It looked at Yang Kai and the others in horror. Then, it turned around and fled. Yang Kai recognized that it was this guy who had swallowed him in one gulp before entering the world of fire. However, at this moment, there was a foot-long wound where the monster was covering its abdomen. What flowed out of the wound was not blood, but flames. Flames from the small world. Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye did not understand the situation. When they saw the monster, they wanted to kill it. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped them. "What is this?" Bai Zhuo saw the monster escape and frowned. He was from the demon race in the demon territory. He thought that the monster was unique to the astral world. He had never seen such a creature before. That small world. Yang Kai also frowned. Small world? Bai Zhuo looked at him in shock. "Brother Yang, do you mean that the small world has already taken shape?" "It should be." Yang Kai nodded. If not, he would not have entered the small world after being swallowed by the long-haired monster. After he tore open the space barrier and came out, there was a wound on the monster's abdomen. All these showed that the long-haired monster was the manifestation of the small world. How is that possible? Bai Zhuo and Boya turned pale with fright. A world taking form after transforming into spirit was simply unheard of, and if it was like this, then wouldn't the devil territory and star dimension be able to transform into spirit as well? If that day really came, wouldn't the demon race and the human race live in the same creature's stomach? Nothing is impossible. Have you forgotten my sealed world bead? Bai Zhuo and Bai Ye were stunned. They just remembered that the sealed world bead could also take shape. They had seen the huge rolling ball with their own eyes. Therefore, they were relieved. Moreover, there is a change in this place. I can't tell what the situation is, but what I see is indeed the manifestation of a small world. It was precisely because the long-haired monster was born from a small world that it was shrouded in world force that Yang Kai hadn't been able to see through its details at first, resulting in him being swallowed whole. However, at this moment, it seemed that the long-haired monster did not have much intelligence, only some instincts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to escape so easily with the power of a small world. Yang Kai did not know what happened in the Universe Tower, nor did he know what Lan Sun did inside. He also did not know where Lan Sun was now or what she had encountered. However, encountering such danger as soon as he came in made Yang Kai somewhat anxious. He had to find Lan Sun as soon as possible to see if he could help her solve the current problem. At the very least, he had to take her away from here. He was already blaming himself for not being able to take Mingyu away from the demon territory. If he could not take Lan Sun away, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. After putting away the 3 half-Saint Realm cultivators, Yang Kai moved forward alone. He remembered that the 5-colored treasure pagoda had a total of 5 floors, and each floor could allow a cultivator with different cultivation to enter. Since Lan Sun wanted to refine the Universe Tower, she must go to the center of this tower, which should be above the 5th floor. However, Yang Kai could not find the way to the next floor. It seemed that this was the only floor left in the entire Universe Tower. Along the way, he encountered all kinds of fierce monsters, but without exception, all of them were formed from small worlds. These monsters had different temperaments. Some were as timid as mice and immediately fled when they saw Yang Kai, while others were as fierce as the long-haired monster. After discovering Yang Kai, they immediately pounced on him. Yang Kai avoided them as much as he could. Fortunately, the Space Divine technique allowed him to avoid a lot of killing. However, if one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Not all the small worlds transformed into fierce monsters. Some small worlds even transformed into stones that looked ordinary. When Yang Kai passed by them, the stones opened a big mouth and directly swallowed him into its stomach. As a result, Yang Kai fell into an inexplicable small world and had to find a way to get out. These small worlds varied in strength. The strong ones were like the long-haired monster he encountered the first time. Yang Kai had to summon the 3 half-saint realm cultivators to protect him, while the weak ones could break through the world barrier with just a thought and escape. Bai Ye and Bai Zhua were exhausted. Although they were strong, they could not withstand a continuous battle for a long time. Every time they were taken back into the sealed world bead, they would quickly rest and recover, ready to deal with the next battle at any time. But without exception, Yang Kai did not do anything to these transformed small worlds. Any small world or secret realm here was a treasure in the universe pagoda, left to Lan Sun by the great emperors. He would not destroy them, let alone rob them. After a few days, there was no clue at all. Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous Lan Sun would be. On this day, while searching, Yang Kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw a small figure standing on a slope, quietly looking in his direction. It was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old. She had 2 small braids and was wearing a beautiful little skirt. Her eyes were big and bright, and she looked like she was carved from jade. Yang Kai frowned. This was the second time he had encountered this little girl. Although the other party looked small, Yang Kai did not have the slightest contempt for her. This was because in this universe pagoda, all the living and moving things were formed from small worlds. The stone was like that, the long-haired monster was like that, and this little girl must be like that too. When he met her yesterday, the little girl was also watching from a distance, but Yang Kai was vigilant and avoided her. He did not expect to meet her again today. It could not be a coincidence. The other party was following him. Chapter 36-34. This made him vigilant. Yang Kai had encountered more than a dozen small worlds, but without exception, they all had no intelligence and could only act on instinct. This little girl actually knew how to follow him, which showed that she was somewhat different from the other small worlds. However, the other party was not very courageous, belonging to the type that was as timid as a mouse. When he saw her yesterday, she immediately ran away. Although she did not run when she saw him today, she immediately hid behind the mound and peeked her small head in Yang Kai's direction, blinking her 2 big eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was doing. Since she was following him, why was she so afraid of him? Was it just curiosity? Without thinking too much, he turned around and left. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the little girl opened her mouth, her face red, her fists clenched, as if she wanted to shout something. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not make the slightest sound. She was very anxious. Yang Kai walked more than a dozen feet, suddenly stopped, then turned around and walked towards the little girl. Seeing this, the anxious Nan showed a touch of joy, but as Yang Kai approached, she retreated step by step. Her movements were not fast, and her steps were very small, her skirt fluttering, but Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to her. Losing his patience, Yang Kai urged the law of space and arrived in front of Nan in a flash. Before she could react, he grabbed her arm. In the next moment, the 2 people's faces changed. The little girl was scared. Her courage was small, so she did not dare to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that he suddenly grabbed her arm, how could she not be scared? Her big eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, making her look very pitiful. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was impacted. The moment he grabbed Nan's arm, a vast and boundless energy rushed into his body. In a split second, he felt dizzy and saw stars. He almost fainted on the spot. World force. His guess was right. The little girl was indeed a small world spirit. When they came into contact with each other, the power of the small world spirit suddenly erupted. The impact at that moment was really uncomfortable. He was already prepared and could summon the 3 half-saint at any time. Fortunately, although the little girl was frightened, she didn't intend to fight with him. She just pulled her lotus-like arm back and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. With the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul calmed down. He lowered his head to look at Nan Nan in front of him and tried his best to speak slowly. I am looking for someone. Someone like me, but a woman. Have you seen her before? Desperate times call for desperate measures, just like Xiao Qian did before. Although Yang Kai had encountered some transformed small worlds before, their minds were not clear and they only acted on instinct. Now, this one seemed to be a little different and seemed to have its own thoughts. Naturally, Yang Kai wanted to ask about it. He wasn't expecting much, but what if the other party found out? Nan Nan was frightened to death. She couldn't pull her arm back. The world force burst out again. Even though Yang Kai was prepared, he was still sent flying in an instant. However, he wasn't injured. Only the blood and qi in his body were surging. After landing on the ground, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When he raised his head again, he saw the little girl flying in a certain direction at high speed. Yang Kai shook his head in disappointment and turned around to leave. He didn't walk far before Nan Nan returned and blocked his path. It could be seen that she was trying very hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Her small body was obviously trembling violently, but she still stood there firmly. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He frowned slightly. The little girl flew in that direction again. This time, she didn't fly very fast. However, while she was flying, she kept looking back at Yang Kai. Then she looked ahead. Then she looked back at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Was she trying to guide him? Having someone to guide him was better than running around like a headless fly. A dead horse could only be treated as a living horse. Yang Kai immediately moved and chased after Nan Nan. Seeing that Yang Kai was following her, she didn't look back anymore. Instead, she increased her speed and flew forward. Seeing this, Yang Kai felt even more certain that she was trying to guide him. Along the way, there were no more obstacles. He didn't encounter any more small worlds. After flying for an unknown distance, Nan Nan suddenly stopped outside a mountain valley. She turned around and looked at Yang Kai. There was an entrance to the mountain valley. From the outside, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, when Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, it was as if he had fallen into a dense fog. There was no response. Here, Yang Kai asked. The little girl clenched her small fists and nodded vigorously. This was the first time she had directly responded to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He revealed a harmless expression and smiled. Thank you. It was unknown whether or not Nan Nan understood. She lowered her head and blushed. Taking large strides, Kai Yang entered the mountain valley. Regardless of whether Lan Sun was among them or not, since he had come here, he had to investigate. Moreover, there seemed to be something wrong with this place. The narrow path was not too long, only a few dozen meters at most. After passing through the path, Yang Kai entered the mountain valley. Standing at the mouth of the valley, Yang Kai looked ahead and couldn't help showing a dazzling look. There was an endless sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. There were red, blue, white, and gold flowers of all colors blooming in the valley. It was a dazzling and colorful scene. Dense light flowed in the valley, making the entire place look like the pinnacle of the mortal realm. It was magnificent. Yang Kai had never been to 10,000 Flower Valley, but he had heard that it was also a beautiful sea of flowers. Now it seemed that the sea of flowers in this mountain valley was not inferior to 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could live in such a place for the rest of his life and become a hermit, he would be free and unfettered. However, the enchanting beauty of the sea of flowers did not attract Yang Kai too much. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a figure in the middle of the sea of flowers. The graceful body was lying across the sea of flowers, supported by fragile flowers, swaying left and right with the breeze, as if she was sleeping. Lan Sun, she really was here. The little Nan Nan from before had indeed been guiding him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, but he could see that Lan Sun had not suffered any harm, only her consciousness had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found her, all that was left was to find a way to take her out. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The sea of flowers in front of him was indeed beautiful, but the more beautiful something was, the more murderous it was. Lan Sun falling asleep was definitely related to this endless sea of flowers. The little Nan, who had led the way here, had stayed outside the mountain valley and did not enter, which was enough to arouse Yang Kai's vigilance. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed the endless sea of flowers, wanting to take a peek at the mystery. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression shook, revealing a look of horror. What he saw with the naked eye was a boundless sea of flowers, beautiful and magnificent. But only when he probed with his divine sense did Yang Kai discover that this was not a sea of flowers, but the delicate flowers were clearly formed from the spirit transformation of a small world. This was not surprising. Small worlds could take on all kinds of strange forms. They could even transform into stones, let alone this sea of flowers. It was just that there were too many of them. The scene here could be said to be a world in a flower, a universe in a leaf. Yang Kai knew that there were many small worlds and sealed domains sealed in the universe tower, but he did not expect there to be so many. What kind of mysterious thing was the universe tower? No wonder Lan Sun had fainted. She was lying on the sea of flowers, being washed away by the power of countless small worlds and sealed domains. How could she have held on? She did not suffer much damage, probably because of her bloodline and physique. After all, the universe tower was refined by great emperors Mingyu, and as Mingyu's descendant, Lan Sun had more or less inherited Mingyu's aura, so the universe tower should be able to distinguish her. However, the current situation was a bit troublesome. Lan Sun was lying on the sea of flowers, so if Yang Kai wanted to bring her out, he would have to rush into the sea of flowers. Yi Qingquan would not hurt Lan Sun in this flower world, but he would not show any mercy to him. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a long sigh sounded in his ear, followed by a shadow rushing out of his body and landing in front of him, turning into a figure. Yang Kai was shocked. When did this strange thing appear in his body? How could he not know? This was simply inconceivable to him. He was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and his soul cultivation was stronger than even a half-saint false emperor. Even if someone did something to him, it was impossible for him to not notice it. But this was the truth. When the sigh sounded and the shadow rushed out, Yang Kai finally realized. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If the person who had planted this trick had wanted to harm him before, even if he had 10 lives, he would not have been able to survive. But when he saw the outline of the figure, his expression changed, his eyes widening, his lips dry, and his voice trembling. Mingyu, Master? Although he did not see the face, he would never forget this figure's back. How could he dare to forget the great emperors who died at his hands? How could he forget? He had inherited the will of this person in front of him and the recognition of the star boundary. Yang Kai originally thought that Mingyu's soul had dissipated, but now that he suddenly saw him again, his eyes could not help but turn red, even though this was just a remnant soul. Mingyu was already dead, killed by Yang Kai on the Eternal Heaven continent. Fa2 was still in the morning hall of the Star Soul Palace, so it was naturally impossible for him to come back from the dead. Moreover, the figure in front of him was in a semi-transparent state, so it was naturally impossible for it to be a real body. The only explanation was that it was a remnant soul. Yang Kai did not even know when the remnant soul of the great emperors Mingyu had attached itself to his body. It should have been a trick he used before he died, and it was only today that it was triggered. The figure turned around, revealing an unbelievably young face. He looked like a 16-year-old youth, high-spirited and full of vigor. Who else could that young face be but Mingyu? Mingyu's expression was peaceful, and he was smiling very happily. Master! Yang Kai lowered his head and cupped his hands. No need to be so polite. Get up. Chapter 36-35. Yang Kai didn't get up and kept his head down. Mingyu sighed. This is my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. If it were Iron Blood, Serene Soul, or any of the others, they would have done the same, but you were implicated. To be precise, I should be thanking you for not letting this king die at the hands of the demon race. Yang Kai could understand this reasoning, but he was still brooding over the fact that he had personally killed the great emperors. This time I have to thank you again. Mingyu smiled slightly. Sunair really did it, and you really came to save her? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Master, Did you expect this? Mingyu chuckled. Sun Er is my child. How could I not know her temperament? She wants to refine the universe tower, but she is not qualified. After entering this place, she naturally became like this. It was because he had expected this that he had attached a wisp of his remnant soul to Yang Kai. He believed that if Yang Kai could leave the demon territory safely, he would definitely come to Star Soul Palace. He also believed that if Lan Sun was in danger, Yang Kai would definitely rescue her. Of course, if Yang Kai died in the demon territory, everything would be over. This place is the center of the universe tower. Mingyu replied leisurely, since you can come here, you must have some understanding of the situation of the universe tower. Inside the universe tower, many small worlds and sealed realms have already taken form. When this king was still alive, there was the power of the barrier. So everything in the universe tower was stable, but when something happened to this king, the barrier naturally weakened. The space of the five-layered pagoda became one, and chaos gradually rose. If there were no external forces, it would not have mattered. Sun Er broke into this place to refine the universe tower, but how could those small worlds and sealed realms be willing? Naturally, they would resist, but with this king's barrier, they could not cause any harm to Sun Er and could only let her fall into a deep sleep. After thousands of years, this king's barrier will wear off and those small worlds will completely break free from the shackles of the universe tower. Yang Kai didn't really understand, but he understood the general meaning. He couldn't help but ask, what does that boy have to do to save junior sister Lan? Only then can he protect the universe tower? Mingyu didn't answer but asked instead, do you know how many small worlds or secret realms this universe pagoda contains? Of course, Yang Kai did not know. He only knew that it was a lot. After all, the sea of flowers in front of him was indeed huge. Mingyu had no intention of waiting for him to answer. Her next sentence had already given him the answer. 10,000. 10,000 of them. Yang Kai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he already had a high estimation of the number of flowers in this place, he still didn't expect there to be tens of thousands of them. Mingyu continued, the Qinkuan Pagoda is an ancient treasure. Although I have refined it, I have never been able to fully understand its mysteries. I don't know how it can accommodate so many small worlds and secret realms, but since it is like this, there must be a reason for it. It's just that this number of 10,000 is missing one of them. It has become 9,999. Although 9 is an extreme number, the lack of one makes it incomplete. If it is incomplete, there will be flaws. The current situation is more or less caused by this. Yang Kai asked curiously, how can it be missing one? Mingyu smiled but didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly. Yang Kai was embarrassed and blushed. Thousand Illusions Dream World? He suddenly remembered that when he first came to the Universe Tower, he took Butterfly away from the Universe Tower and placed her in the High Heaven Palace to become the Thousand Illusions Dream World. Wasn't the one who was missing Butterfly that he had abducted? Now that he thought about it, Butterfly was also formed from a secret realm, but she was taken away from the Universe Tower by him. As a result, there was only one missing. It was actually because of him. Yang Kai was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. When he took Butterfly away, he thought he did it without anyone knowing. But now it seems that the great emperors already knew about it. They just didn't want to bother with him. Thinking back, when he left the Star Soul Palace, the great emperors did deliberately appear to meet with him. Mingyu must have known about it at that time. Mingyu smiled. You can take away a secret realm from the Universe Tower because of your own luck. It has nothing to do with others, nor is it related to this matter. How could Yang Kai not know these words of comfort? He immediately said seriously, Junior will return to the High Heaven Palace and return the Thousand Illusions Dream World to complete the number. Mingyu shook her head and said, you won't be able to leave. With my remaining strength, I can only open the Qinkuan Tower once or complete the Qinkuan Tower. After sending you out, you won't be able to enter again. Yang Kai was shocked. Then what should I do? If he couldn't go out and bring in the Thousand Illusions Dream World, he wouldn't be able to complete the Universe Tower and solve Lan Sun's current crisis. But if he went out, he wouldn't be able to enter. This was a dead end. Mingyu smiled and said, you have to rely on yourself? Rely on myself? Yang Kai was suspicious. Since you are proficient in the Tao of space, Can't you create your own universe? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard these words and asked, Master means to let me create my own small world or secret realm. Mingyu nodded. Although there are 10,000 small worlds and secret realms in the Universe Tower, most of them are nothing special. They are only there to make up the numbers, so the requirements for you are not too high. You only need to create a small world or secret realm. This was really a coincidence. If it weren't for this trip to the Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai would have also planned to create his own universe, but who knew that after entering this universe tower, Mingyu would actually ask him to do the same. It seemed that this was really the will of the heavens. Moreover, Yang Kai had taken away the Thousand Illusions dream world from here, causing the universe tower to be incomplete, which led to the current situation. So Yang Kai needed to make up for it. Yang Kai already had a small world, the sealed world bead. However, this thing had too many implications and had now become a key factor in the War of Worlds, so Yang Kai couldn't easily place it in the Universe Tower. What's more, even if Yang Kai was willing, the Universe Tower probably wouldn't be able to accept it. The original sealed world bead should have no problem being accepted by the Universe Tower. But now, the small sealed world had swallowed a large portion of the demon territory, almost equivalent to half of the demon territory. Such an existence was beyond the Universe Tower's ability. Can you do it? Mingyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Not to mention that he already had the idea of refining a small world himself, even if he didn't. For the sake of the Universe Tower and Lan Sun, he had to refine one. However, after answering, he suddenly remembered something and flipped his hand, taking out a palm-sized rockery and holding it in his palm. Master, do you think this can be used? Mingyu glanced at it and smiled. So you were prepared? Yang Kai laughed and said, I didn't refine this thing. How could this palm-sized thing be a rockery? It was clearly a real mountain. The mountain was densely forested. There were birds and beasts living there, and there were even tiger roars coming from the rockery. Indefinite Mountain was something refined by Li Wu Yi. He had given it to Yang Kai before so he could comprehend the mysteries of space, but he never expected it to come in handy at this time. Yang Kai had entered Indefinite Mountain once, so he had some understanding of the universe inside. So it didn't matter whether this mountain was in his hands or not. It would be best if it could be used here, but if not, Yang Kai could only refine it himself, but it would take some time, maybe a few months, maybe a few years, no one could say for sure. However, seeing Mingyu's expression, Yang Kai felt that it shouldn't be a big problem, but he still asked, can you use it? Naturally. Mingyu gently nodded. Her body was clearly translucent, but she casually took Indefinite Mountain and examined it for a moment before smiling. Did Li Wuyi come out? It was natural for her to think so. In the entire star boundary, the most proficient in the Tao of space were none other than Li Wuyi and Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai said he didn't refine it, it must have been Li Wuyi. Yes. Yang Kai replied, I just obtained it a few days ago. That's really a coincidence. Mingyu smiled and nodded. This will save us a lot of time. All right, you can leave the valley. You can't intervene in the matters here. Master. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but Mingyu had already raised her hand to stop him and smiled at him. Since you have obtained the approval of the star boundaries heavens and earth, you must become strong and self-disciplined in the future. You must not disappoint this heavens and earth, nor disappoint this universe. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, Master's teachings will be engraved in this junior's heart. Take care, Master. Turning around, he strode out of the valley. This would be his final farewell. Behind him, a strong wind rose, petals danced, branches swayed, and world force crisscrossed. After Yang Kai left the valley, the violent fluctuations suddenly turned calm, and the narrow path seemed to be an insurmountable barrier, blocking all the storms inside the valley. Looking up, there was no sun, moon, or stars in the sky inside the universe tower, only an endless abyss. Not far away, a strange sound rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw little Nan Nan, who had led him here before, standing there timidly. As their eyes met, the little girl hurriedly lowered her head. Yang Kai smiled, knowing that this little girl should be an existence similar to Butterfly. It was thanks to her that he was able to find Lan Sun's whereabouts this time. So Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Unexpectedly, little Nanan's entire body trembled. Her entire body distorted and disappeared in an instant. What replaced her was a small green blade of grass on the ground. A few delicate leaves were made up of even smaller leaves. It was like a weaving shuttle. The leaves were closed along the leaf stalk, and the branches hung down as if they were afraid to see anyone. Yang Kai was stunned, but thinking about how Butterfly could also transform into a human form and the appearance of 1,000 illusionary butterfly, it was reasonable for little Nan to have these two transformations. However, as an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai couldn't recognize what kind of precious treasure this little grass was. After carefully examining it for a long time, he couldn't help laughing. What kind of precious treasure was this? It was clearly the most common starbeck. It was just a tiny mimosa grass, but it hid a whole universe, a whole world. The heavens and earth were vast, and there was nothing more marvelous than this. But now, Yang Kai understood why little Nan was so timid and shy. This little starbeck had such characteristics. Chapter 3636. Star Soul Palace. Outside the Cosmos Tower, a large scarlet banner wrapped around the entire Cosmos Tower like a piece of silk. This banner was the manifestation of the Iron Blood Great Emperor's cultivation. It could be said that Zhan Wuhan had used all his strength to suppress the Cosmos Tower's restlessness. However, even with the Great Emperors personally taking action, the Universe Tower still buzzed and trembled from time to time, as if it was struggling to break free from the shackles of the Iron Blood War flag. Lei Hong and the others were on tenterhooks all day long, with a gloomy look on their faces. Although Yang Kai had entered the Universe Tower, they didn't know what was going on inside. If Yang Kai couldn't bring Lan Sun back, then Star Soul Palace would really have no successor. Now, they didn't expect Yang Kai to solve the crisis of the Universe Tower. They only hoped that he could bring Lan Sun back safely. Although the Great Emperors were here and the Universe Tower was safe for the time being, Zhan Wuhan couldn't stay in Star Soul Palace forever. Once the Great Emperors left and Yang Kai didn't return, everything would be over. They wanted to ask Zhan Wuhan about the situation inside, but they guessed that he didn't know, so it was useless to ask. A group of Star Soul Palace executives were all frowning, and the anxiety in their hearts couldn't be any greater. At a certain moment, Zhan Wuhan, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a soft cry. The Star Soul Palace elders who had been paying attention to him all looked shocked, and Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "Master, what's the situation?" Zhan Wuhan didn't answer, just raised his hand, and the scarlet flag suddenly unshackled layer by layer, turned into a red light, and rushed into Zhan Wuhan's body. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised but happy. The Universe Tower had been able to maintain stability during this time and was completely resistant to Zhan Wuhan's suppression. Now that he had taken the Iron Blood War flag, didn't that mean that the Universe Tower no longer needed to be suppressed? Since there was no need to suppress it, it meant that the internal threat had been resolved. Sure enough, even though the Scarlet War flag had disappeared, the Universe Pagoda did not show the slightest sign of abnormality. The five-colored light that was constantly overflowing from the pagoda also disappeared. The huge five-colored treasure pagoda floated in the air, slowly rotating. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the Universe Pagoda. Everyone looked over. If it wasn't Yang Kai who had entered the Universe Pagoda earlier, who else could it be? There was a trace of guilt on Yang Kai's face, but there was also a trace of relief. However, his expression was very relaxed, as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. His entire aura was much more cheerful. Only Yang Kai, there was no trace of Lan Sun. The joy on the faces of Lei Hong and the others disappeared, and their hearts sank. Yang Kai knew what they were worried about. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Yang Kai will not disappoint you." If he didn't disappoint, then he would solve the crisis of the Universe Pagoda. But what about Lan Sun? Lei Hong hurriedly asked, "What about Her Highness?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister Lan is safe and sound, but she is now refining the Universe Pagoda. She should be able to emerge in 3 to 6 years. She still wants to refine it?" Xiao Yu Yang frowned. The previous anomaly in the universe pagoda was caused by Lan Sun refining it, so why was she still so stubborn? What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai didn't try to dissuade her. Lei Hong and Xue Jingmao also had similar thoughts, so their expressions were solemn, fearing that Lan Sun would have another accident inside. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, junior sister has Master Mingyu's help, so there should be no problem this time." Great emperors? Lei Hong and the others were shocked. Mingyu's soul was still in the morning hall, so how could he help Lan Sun? Yang Kai quickly explained how the remnant souls of the great emperors had attached themselves to him, and after hearing this, Lei Hong and the others were relieved. With Mingyu's personal help, Lan Sun would definitely have no problem refining the universe pagoda. All she lacked now was time, so her worry disappeared. But when she remembered that the great emperors had died, she couldn't help feeling sad. Previously, inside the universe pagoda, Yang Kai had left the mountain valley and waited for about 2 days before Lan Sun's divine sense suddenly surged over, chatted with him for a while, and then sent him out of the universe pagoda. Lan Sun herself had to stay behind to continue refining the universe pagoda. Now that the universe pagoda was complete again, there were no flaws, so there would be no more crises. Now that there was nothing to do here, Zhan Wuhin naturally wouldn't stay for long. He didn't even say goodbye before directly flying away, but before leaving, he glanced in the direction of the morning hall. Everyone bowed to see him off. Afterward, everyone in Star Soul Palace expressed their gratitude to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't dare accept it. He only asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way to the morning hall of the great emperors. Lan Sun was not there, so there was no one to mourn, but the great emperors didn't care about this kind of formalities. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before setting off to leave Star Soul Palace. As the great emperors said, since he had obtained this opportunity, he should strengthen himself and discipline himself, so that he wouldn't let down this heaven and earth. On this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai's mind was opened and his thoughts were clear, making him feel much more relaxed. He sped all the way to the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yin were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there had been no news so far. Yang Kai didn't have much hope of finding them. This trip was just to investigate and give his parents an explanation. After dealing with the Four Seasons realm, he had to deal with the Small Sealed World. As long as the matter of the Small Sealed World's territory was not resolved, the Sealed World bead would not be able to devour the other mainlands of the Demon Territory. Devouring all the mainlands of the Demon Territory was the key to solving the war of the two realms, so the sooner this matter was dealt with, the better. 3,000 meters up in the air, Yang Kai galloped. More than 10 days later, when he was about to arrive at the Four Seasons realm, a strange sound suddenly came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled and didn't react to what was going on. He paused to check and understood the situation. The sound came from a token at his waist. This token was an Azure Sun Temple's guest elder token, and the strange sound was a distress signal only issued by Azure Sun Temple's elders when they were in danger. When Yang Kai received the order to become Azure Sun Temple's guest elder, Gao Shueting explained the many uses of this elder token, but he had never encountered such a situation, so when the strange sound came, he didn't react for a while. After remembering Gao Shueting's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that an Azure Sun Temple's elder was in danger within 5,000 kilometers. Reaching out, he patted his waist and took out the token. Yang Kai sent a message with his divine sense and waited for the news. The elder token was not only a symbol of status, but also a communication artifact. Therefore, although Yang Kai didn't know which elder was in danger, he only needed to ask to know the situation. After a short while, a message came from the token. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. When he put away the token, the space principles surged and his whole body suddenly blurred, disappearing from where he stood. At the same time, Yang Kai's face showed joy because when he used the teleportation technique, he suddenly found that the resistance he faced was much less than before. Since returning to the star boundary, he hadn't used the teleportation technique, so he didn't realize it until now. He understood in his heart that this was caused by the opportunity of the great emperors. Since the star boundary recognized him, it naturally wouldn't hinder him too much. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was not far, but it wasn't close either. However, if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master flew, it would take some time. However, Yang Kai arrived at the location in just 3 to 5 teleportations. Looking around, a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples were besieged. The situation was very dangerous. Many disciples were injured, and the more serious ones were lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The leader of the group was a tall girl with fluttering hair. She was the leader of the dozen or so people from Azure Sun Temple. The girl's long sword flew up and down. She wasn't weak, having a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. She shouldn't have been in such a difficult situation, but in order to protect her disciples, she left herself wide open, allowing the enemy to attack her. The girl was an old acquaintance, one of the leaders of the younger generation of Azure Sun Temple, Murong Xiao Xiao. There were more than 50 enemies besieging them, including one from the Emperor Realm. His cultivation was similar to Murong Xiao Xiao's, both being first-order emperors. However, whether it was this cultivator from the Emperor Realm or the other cultivators, they all had demonic chi and were ruthless and fierce. Demon Path. These 3 words immediately popped up in Yang Kai's heart. When he first returned to the Star Boundary, Han Zhengqing suspected that he was a member of the Demon Path. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what the Demon Path represented. It was only after Fan Xian explained it to him that he understood. It wasn't until now that he truly met the people of the Demon Path. They weren't part of the demon race. They were all humans, but Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique they had cultivated, or what kind of demonic technique they had undergone, but they all cultivated demonic chi. In battle, their demonic chi tumbled all over their bodies. At first glance, it looked exactly like the demon race. Moreover, these people from the demon path were somewhat different from the demons that Yang Kai had first encountered who were eroded by demonic chi. They were clearly conscious, and their attacks were very methodical. The cultivation of the Emperor Realm was similar to that of Murong Xiao Xiao. If the two were to fight one-on-one, Yang Kai estimated that Murong Xiao Xiao would have a slight advantage. After all, how could an orthodox core disciple of Azure Sun Temple be compared to any random cat or dog? However, the Emperor Realm was very vicious. When fighting with Murong Xiao Xiao, he constantly attacked the other Azure Sun Temple disciples, forcing Murong Xiao Xiao to be busy. As a result, the power to protect herself was reduced, and the girl was also injured. In addition, the number of people on Azure Sun Temple's side was inferior to the other side, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. Therefore, Murong Xiao Xiao sent out a distress signal. She didn't know that Yang Kai was nearby, and she wanted to ask for help from someone else. When Yang Kai arrived, the Emperor Realm from the Demon Path had found a flaw and rushed towards Murong Xiao Xiao. This guy was holding 2 huge copper hammers, and his figure was ridiculously burly. Demonic chi tumbled around his copper hammers as he grinned and swept them towards Murong Xiao Xiao's waist. At the same time, he smashed the other hammer towards a disciple beside Murong Xiao Xiao. The 2 hammers smashed towards the 2 people. Murong Xiao Xiao had used up all her strength, and her Emperor Chi was not circulating properly. At this time, she only had 2 choices. One was to protect herself, and the other was to protect her disciples. But Xiao Xiao didn't hesitate at all. She pulled her long sword, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the sword. She didn't protect herself or her companions, only aiming at the enemy's eyes. The delicate girl, at this moment, broke out with a determination that ordinary people couldn't reach. Chapter 36-37. At the critical moment of life and death, Murong Xiao Xiao made a decisive move. Her hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock, and her eyes were clear. Even Yang Kai, who saw this scene, couldn't help but cheer. Mo Tian Dao's the Emperor Realm was vicious and ruthless. Murong Xiao Xiao could protect herself, but she couldn't protect her disciples, and vice versa. No matter what choice she made, one of them would be injured and killed. If she died, the dozen or so Azure Sun Temple disciples around her would no longer have a chance to live, so she attacked the enemy. The simplest tactic was to fight with all her might. Mo Tian Dao's the Emperor Realm could kill her, or kill an Azure Sun Temple disciple, but the price they had to pay was definitely a serious injury. If they were unlucky, they might be buried together with her. This sword attack contained all of Murong Xiao Xiao's cultivation. Even Murong Xiao Xiao understood this, so how could the Emperor Realm Master of the Demon Heavenly Path not understand it? Seeing the cold gleam on her sword as she charged towards him, as if she wanted to take him down with her, he cursed in his heart, "Bitch, you're courting death." He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he turned his twin hammers into one and smashed towards the Azure Sun Temple disciple beside her. Mo Tiandao's the Emperor Realm's face was full of ridicule. "Do you want to fight with all your might? I'll do as you wish and fight with all my might." With a surge of energy, the two hammers smashed down from the sky like millstones, blocking the light in front of him. The aura of death rushed head-on, and the Azure Sun Temple disciple's face was ashen. Murong Xiao Xiao was also stunned. She didn't expect this enemy to be so fierce and vicious. He would rather take her sword to kill her companions. After a moment of shock, her mind stagnated, and there was a moment of panic in her clear eyes. However, only lasted for an instant. He quickly withdrew his sword and brandished it in the air. He took a step forward and pushed the disciple to the side. He blocked the attack that was about to destroy the heaven and earth. At the most critical moment, the girl chose to protect her disciple and gave up her own safety. Mo Tiandao's the Emperor Realm seemed to have seen through Murong Xiao Xiao's thoughts. The sneer on his face deepened, and the two hammers smashed down mercilessly. More than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples looked sad and indignant. Seeing that Murong Xiao Xiao was about to die, how could they not want to come to her rescue? But firstly, their strength was insufficient, and secondly, their numbers were too few. They had no time to even protect themselves, so how could they talk about saving others? They could only watch helplessly. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, and their eyes were filled with hatred. At the critical moment, the young girl's expression returned to calmness, without the slightest hint of panic. Scenes flashed through her mind like a flash of lightning. She was adopted by the Azure Sun Temple since she was a child and entered the temple to cultivate. There was always a cold-looking man who improved with her by her side. The care of her elders, the care of her brothers, and the naughty junior brothers. It was said that people would see many things before they died. Am I going to die? That was why he thought of these things and saw these things. Any regrets? There shouldn't be any. If there wasn't a shrine, he would have starved or frozen to death at an unknown time. How could he have such a healthy body? If there wasn't a shrine, even if he survived, he would just be an ordinary person. How could he have such an impressive cultivation base? For the sake of the temple, he had no regrets. The only small regret was that he couldn't bring more than a dozen of his fellow disciples to fight their way out. As an elder of the Azure Sun Temple in the Emperor Realm, he should bear such a responsibility. But it didn't matter anymore. On the road to the underworld, it was good to be companions and talk and laugh. If they encountered evil spirits in the netherworld again, they could fight side by side. The sword flowers were destroyed. The sword flowers were shattered. The hurriedly arranged defense couldn't withstand the fierce bombardment of the enemy at all. When the twin hammers approached, Murong Xiao Xiao saw a familiar figure again. One was not from the Azure Sun Temple, but was a family member of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai was smiling at her, and Murong Xiao Xiao returned a sweet smile. She thought it was an illusion before she died. However, in the next moment, a stalwart figure appeared in front of her, and the chi and wind created by the twin hammers suddenly disappeared, completely blocked by the figure. At this time, the storm also turned into tranquility, and Murong Xiao Xiao felt like she had returned to a boat in the harbor, no longer having to worry about the strong winds and waves on the sea. With a loud bang, two millstone-sized hammers flew into the sky, and the Devil Sky Path the Emperor Realm was sent flying upside down like a rag sack. Demonic chi tumbled and blood splashed in the sky. The change happened so fast that Murong Xiao Xiao and the people of the Devil Sky Path didn't react. It wasn't until the Devil Sky Paths the Emperor Realm fell heavily to the ground that everyone came back to their senses. Two groups of people, two different reactions. The more than a dozen disciples of the Azure Sun Temple were pleasantly surprised. How could they not know that strong reinforcements had arrived? The situation of certain death had taken a turn for the better, and they were all excited. The people of the Devil Sky Path, on the other hand, looked at Yang Kai in horror, chills running down their spines. Although they didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, the Emperor realm on their side was directly blasted away, and even his Emperor artifact was knocked out of his hand. It was obvious that this person was not just a little bit powerful. Therefore, the group of people from the Devil's Sky Path retreated together, instantly distancing themselves from the people of the Azure Sun Temple. They huddled together and looked at Yang Kai with vigilance and fear. Yang Kai didn't even look at them, just staring coldly at the fallen the Emperor realm. After the other party was blasted away, he was already seriously injured. The vitality in his body was tumbling, and he couldn't get up for a while. He tried several times before he staggered to his feet, but there was a big dent in his chest. With his hand on his chest and his waist bent, the Devil's Sky Path's the Emperor realm was full of bitterness. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth as he stared at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who is it?" He was also depressed to be beaten up like this for no reason. The most important thing was that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yang Kai wanted to say, "You are not qualified to know this king's name." But who knew that behind him, Morong Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Yang Kai? Brother Yang?" Her voice was full of disbelief. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai had become the demon race in Roaring Tiger City and become the demon race. He then escaped from the star boundary, and there had been no news of him in the past few years. When she saw Yang Kai just now, she thought it was just an illusion before her death. How could she believe that Yang Kai would really appear? She couldn't believe that Yang Kai would save her life at the most critical moment. Having his identity exposed by Morong Xiao Xiao, Yang Kai turned around and smiled at her. "Junior sister, rest first. I'll talk to you later." Although Morong Xiao Xiao wasn't seriously injured, she was still injured, and her aura was unstable from the power of the twin hammers just now. At this moment, her mind was relaxed, and coupled with the fact that she saw Yang Kai, her face was flushed with excitement, but the main reason was her internal injuries. Hearing this, the young girl nodded and really closed her eyes. Now that Yang Kai was here, no one could hurt them, so there was no need to worry at all. "Yang Kai? You are Yang Kai?" The Demon Sky Path's the Emperor Realm's first sentence was a little hesitant, but the second sentence was full of shock. Yang Kai's name was now known by everyone in the star boundary. His fame may not be as well known as the great emperor's, but it was definitely not small. Being able to escape from the Iron Blood Great Emperor with his cultivation in the Emperor Realm was a legend. No wonder he looked a little familiar. It turned out to be this person. The Demon Sky Path's the Emperor Realm had seen Yang Kai's portrait before, so he had some impression of him. He didn't understand. How could he appear here? Just like Morong Xiao Xiao, he had clearly escaped into the Demon Sky Path territory, so why would he appear here? However, since Yang Kai had attacked him, he was an enemy, not a friend. So after learning Yang Kai's identity, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body burst into a bloody mist as he turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. Escaping was more important. Yang Kai just looked at him mockingly, just like how he had looked at Morong Xiao Xiao with ridicule before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Sky Path the Emperor Realm had fled 50 kilometers away, fleeing like a madman. But at this moment, a binding force appeared out of thin air, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. Then, the Demon Sky Path's the Emperor Realm's vision blurred, and he returned to his original position. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed his neck and pinched him like a chicken. Looking at the young man's face close at hand, the Demon Sky Path's the Emperor Realm's face turned ashen. Exclamations rang out as the group of Demon Sky Path's people scattered like birds and beasts. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai stretch his hand forward, and when he withdrew it, the strongest person on their side was caught. How could they not know the difference in strength between them? Staying here was definitely a dead end. If they fled, they might have a chance of survival. It was self-evident what to choose. Seeing this, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples wanted to stop them, but how could they? They were not in good condition. All of them were injured, and their numbers were few. so they could only watch helplessly. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned. They did not know where this woman had come from. The woman herself was also stunned. Clearly, she did not understand what was going on. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded, "Kill them all." The woman blinked, glanced at the fleeing figures of the demon Sky Path's disciples, and then smiled. "Finally, I can move. I'm almost moldy." While speaking, she stretched out her hand in the void, and a strong bow suddenly appeared in her hand. The bow's shape was smooth, like a soaring divine bird. Its shape was beautiful, and it exuded a strong power fluctuation. Obviously, it was an extraordinary treasure. The Azure Sun Temple disciples were surprised by the woman's identity and origin, but when they suddenly saw this treasure, they all frowned. It was because this treasure was actually surrounded by black chi, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. It was actually a demonic treasure. Chapter 36-38. Not only was there a demonic artifact, but there was also a demonic chi. When the woman who suddenly appeared activated the demonic artifact, the demonic chi lingered all over her body, and a pair of white wings grew out of her back. What kind of demon heavenly way was this? This was clearly a real demon race. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple exclaimed in unison. The disciple of the Emperor Realm who was being strangled by Yang Kai also stared with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Most people couldn't tell the difference between the real demon race and the people of Demon Heavenly Way unless the demon race had very obvious physical characteristics, and Boya had such characteristics. The white wings on her back were impossible for ordinary humans to have. Previously, the star boundary was invaded by the demon race from the outside and the Demon Heavenly Way from the inside, so it could be said that the situation was worrying. There were also many members of the demon race who hid their identities and quietly lurked around the star boundary. But why would this demon race listen to Yang Kai's order and make things difficult for the people of Demon Heavenly Way? Wasn't the Demon Heavenly Way and the demon race a family? Feather Demon drew his bow and knocked his arrows, sending them whistling through the air. The fleeing Demon Heavenly Path disciples fell to the ground one by one. Without exception, all of them were killed on the spot. Not a single one of them managed to escape 10 kilometers, and it didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Only the Emperor Realm Master captured by Yang Kai was still alive. Boya drew her bow again and pointed the arrow at his forehead at close range, smiling charmingly. The disciple of the Emperor Realm was sweating profusely, but Yang Kai reached out and pushed the arrow aside before casting a few barriers. The disciple of the Emperor Realm suddenly collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. He didn't know what happened here, but he had to wait for Morong Xiao Xiao to wake up and ask her clearly before deciding how to deal with this Demon Heavenly Way disciple. With the crisis resolved, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They dragged their injured bodies forward to salute and thank him. Yang Kai was also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the disciples were in trouble, it was natural for him to lend a helping hand. With a few words, he let them heal. Boya was a little interested in this Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path and squatted down beside him to study him. Despite her sweet smile, the Emperor Realm Master from the Demon Heavenly Path still acted as if he had encountered a viper, his face filled with fear. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. A stream of light was rapidly approaching, and a white figure appeared in front of him. This person was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His white clothes were spotless, but his expression was slightly cold. "Little White, long time no see." Yang Kai smiled at him. Xiao Bai Yi, like Morong Xiao Xiao and Xia Shang, was a rising star of Azure Sun Temple. Now that the three of them had been promoted to the Emperor Realm, they naturally became elders of the temple. Xia Shang was currently on the battlefield in the Western Territory, while Xiao Bai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao were guarding the temple in the Southern Territory. Xiao Xiao had sent out a distress signal to Xiao Bai Yi, but Yang Kai had arrived a little faster. Xiao Bai Yi had also brought a team of Azure Sun Temple disciples, and in order to rescue his junior sister, he had rushed over alone. Yang Kai. Xiao Bai Yi frowned. looked at Yang Kai, and then at Boya, who was squatting beside him, and suddenly erupted with Emperor Qi. As he rushed over, he raised his hand and sent out a shocking sword wave towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out 2 fingers, and pinched the sword wave, shattering it. The thin sword wave was caught between Yang Kai's fingers. The sword hummed incessantly, and no matter how hard Xiao Bai pushed his Emperor Qi, he could not move it. With just one move, his Emperor artifact was caught by someone's hand. Xiao Bai was shocked. Before he could react, Boya had already rushed to his side like a whirlwind and knocked an arrow again, pressing the tip of the arrow against his temple, just like how she had just dealt with the Emperor Realm of Demon Heavenly Way. Feeling the dangerous aura on the tip of the arrow, Xiao Bai did not dare to move again, his indifferent face becoming even colder. Not only had he failed to save someone, but he had also been implicated, so he was naturally unhappy. "Can I shoot him to death?" Boya tilted her head and asked. "Cut the crap." Yang Kai smiled and glared at her. Boya curled her lips and scattered the arrow before walking over to the Emperor Realm of Demon Heavenly Way, squatting down and continuing to study it. "Brother Xiao, it was Brother Yang who saved me." Murong Xiao opened her eyes and shouted weakly. In fact, Xiao Bai realized that he had made a mistake after taking action, because there were many corpses on the ground that did not belong to Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Judging from Yang Kai's performance just now, if he really wanted to harm Azure Sun Temple's disciples, Murong Xiao and the others would have died long ago. Most importantly, Murong Xiao was clearly adjusting her breathing with her eyes closed. If she did not trust Yang Kai, how could she have done this? At this moment, Murong Xiao's words undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions, but he still frowned and said, "Give me an explanation." The news he received now was that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary and fled to the demon territory. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai here and Murong Xiao's injuries were not light, it was inevitable that he would misunderstand and directly take action. It would be complicated to explain. So Yang Kai did not want to waste his breath and directly took out a token and threw it over. Xiao Bai took the token and looked at it, only to see the 2 words "my son" on the front of the token. It was so dazzling that he could not help but be shocked. He had also been to the battlefield in the Western Territory and killed enemies under a certain army, so he naturally knew what this token represented. This was a commander's token that was personally refined by the great emperors and given to the commanders of the various armies. It was sealed with a divine technique of the great emperors, which could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. This token could not be faked, and the aura of the great emperors attached to it was so heavy that he almost could not breathe. "But when did the star boundary have a GZ army? You didn't receive any news?" Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bai knew nothing about the GZ army. "When did this happen?" Xiao Bai frowned and asked. "Half a month ago." Xiao Bai was relieved and gently nodded. "For the past month, Junior Sister and I have been outside. It was precisely because they were outside that the news had not reached them. Otherwise, he would not have directly attacked Yang Kai when he saw him." Holding the token with both hands, he respectfully returned it and cupped his fists, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Greetings, brother." Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source Realm and entered the Four Seasons Realm together. Now, he, Murong Xiao, and Xia Sheng were all First Order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai had already become the commander of the GZ army. He could not see through Yang Kai's cultivation, but since he was the commander, how could he be below the Third Order Emperor Realm? This guy was actually already a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Xiao Bai could not figure out how he cultivated. Was he on steroids? "What are you doing here?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Although they were still in the Southern Territory, they were already some distance away from Azure Sun Temple. If there was nothing important, it was impossible for Azure Sun Temple disciples to appear here. Moreover, 2 elders were leading the team, so it was obvious that they had something important to do. It was fine if they did not encounter them, but since they did, they naturally had to ask. Xiao Bai said, "We are investigating the demon Heavenly Way." The star boundary situation was plagued by both external and internal problems. If the demon race was the star boundary's enemy on the surface, then the demon Heavenly Way was the arrow hidden in the dark. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Over the past few years, since the rise of the demon Heavenly Way, countless people in the star boundary had been harmed by them. The entire star boundary hated the demon Heavenly Way. However, the demon Heavenly Way usually hid very well and rarely showed any flaws. In terms of overall strength, the demon Heavenly Way was naturally inferior to the demon race, but they were as cunning as a fox and controlled a large portion of the star boundary's energy, making it impossible for the star boundary to wholeheartedly participate in the war of the two realms. Every sect in the star boundary's territory left behind a master to guard their sect, for fear of the demon Heavenly Way causing trouble. Over the past few years, countless small and medium-sized sects and families had been destroyed by the demon Heavenly Way. Even the most first-class sects had suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Therefore, if anyone in the star boundary discovered traces of Devil Sky Dao's people, they would be immediately killed. 2 years ago, Star Soul Palace took the lead and organized all the major sects to investigate themselves. At the same time, they carried out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of Devil Sky Dao, destroying more than a dozen Devil Sky Dao strongholds. This caused Devil Sky Dao's arrogant momentum to slow down, but the venomous snakes hiding in the dark were inexhaustible. There would always be fish that slipped through the net from time to stir up trouble. More than a month ago, Azure Sun Temple detected a few people from Demon Heavenly Dao operating in the dark. The temple suspected that there was a demon Heavenly Dao stronghold hidden here, so Murong Xiao and Xiao Bai led a team to search for them, but somehow the news was leaked. They failed to track them down and were instead ambushed here. Murong Xiao's team was almost wiped out. If it weren't for Yang Kai, who happened to be nearby when Xiao Bai arrived, he would definitely only see the corpses of Azure Sun Temple's disciples. At that time, whether Xiao was alive or dead, only the heavens would know. So, you don't know how your whereabouts were exposed? Yang Kai asked after listening. Murong Xiao slowly shook her head and frowned. I shouldn't have exposed any flaws here. This was what she couldn't figure out the most. The strength of the enemy wasn't very strong, about the same as hers. She had been careful enough to track them all the way here, but who knew that she would still fall into the enemy's ambush and almost die here? Yang Kai smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't expose any flaws. If someone passes the information out, no matter how careful you are, it won't help. Murong Xiao heard this and her pale face changed slightly, whispering, Big Brother means a mole. Yang Kai looked up at a petite woman in the crowd as he spoke. When he arrived, he noticed this female disciple, but at that time, he only felt that her aura was a little strange and didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard Murong Xiao say this, how could he not understand why her aura was strange? I thought you didn't notice. Boya was still squatting in front of the Emperor Realm and said without raising her head. You noticed? Yang Kai looked down at her. From this angle, he could see a large part of her chest. Boya sneered and pointed to the Emperor Realm in front of her. They have the same smell, a sour smell. Xiao Bai's face sank as he stared coldly at the petite female disciple. Murong Xiao had a look of disbelief on her face. The other disciples didn't know what had happened and were all suspicious. Chapter 36-39. Being stared at by several people, the petite woman's face suddenly became a little unnatural. Squeezing out a smile on her face, she asked timidly, Do you have any instructions for me, elders? Xiao Bai did not answer. Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Murong Xiao spoke bluntly, Duan, are you from Demon Heavenly Way? Murong Xiao found it hard to accept that the fellow disciple who had followed her through life and death was actually a member of Emotian Dao. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key was that Duan had suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. Her wounds were still bleeding, and her clothes were dyed red with blood. How could such a disciple be from Demon Heavenly Way? But this was Yang Kai's speculation, so she couldn't ignore it. 2 years ago, a large number of spies planted by Demon Heavenly Way were purged from various sects and families. Many sects and families suffered great losses during that investigation. Azure Sun Temple was still fine. Only a few dozen disciples were found. If this Duan was really from Demon Heavenly Way, it meant that the investigation 2 years ago was not complete. There were still many spies in the entire Azure Sun Temple and even other sects. If such a storm happened again, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Murong Xiao Zhao's heart was heavy. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples changed drastically, and they all looked at Duan. Duan herself was stunned, and immediately said bitterly, "Three elders, this disciple is not from Demon Heavenly Way. This disciple is innocent." Murong Xiao turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said lightly, "Whether you are innocent or not, words are no proof. Whether you are or not, it is not up to you to decide. Look into my eyes." When the words fell, Yang Kai's right eye suddenly turned pitch black, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow everything. Duan instinctively looked over, and with just one glance, she could no longer look away. Under the gaze, the woman quickly trembled like a sieve, and her petite body was filled with a trace of dark qi. The dark qi aura was only wisps at first and was not very obvious, but after just a few breaths, it erupted like a tide and completely enveloped her. Demonic qi rolled, full of an evil and brutal aura. There was no need to ask again, as the answer was obvious. Many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were shocked. Xiao Bai sighed softly, and Murong Xiao Zhao's eyes were dull. After her identity was exposed, Duwan's previous meekness and shyness disappeared, as if she had become a completely different person. With a fierce howl, she pounced towards the nearest fellow disciple. She knew that she wasn't strong enough to fight anyone from the Emperor realm. She just wanted to capture a hostage and escape. That fellow disciple was still in shock and was injured. How could he react in time? By the time Duwan reached him, it was already too late to resist. She screamed in her heart that her life was over. She closed her eyes and waited for death. However, she didn't die. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Duwan. No matter how the petite person struggled, she couldn't get rid of the invisible shackles. In desperation, Duwan sneered, "Sooner or later, this world will be the world of the demon race. You are all stubborn and will die without a burial place. If you want to live, why don't you follow me and join Demon Heavenly Way? That way, you will have a chance to live." After her identity was exposed and she was captured by Yang Kai, not only did she not beg for mercy, she even threatened him. She was really arrogant. Murong Xiao Zhao's face was filled with grief. The easily shy Duwan in her memory was not like this. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Is that what the people of Demon Heavenly Way told you?" Duwan coldly snorted. "On the battlefield in the Western Territory, the Star Boundary has been forced to retreat. The demon race's army has been preparing for war. Great emperors have fallen in Demon Heavenly Way's territory. When the demon saint makes his move, who in the Star Boundary can stop him?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "What you know is old news. There have been some changes in the two-realm battlefield. I'm afraid you aren't too clear about it." "What changes?" Duwan asked coldly. Yang Kai said, "The passage between the two realms has been sealed. The demon race's army's reinforcements have been cut off, and the demon race's powerhouses are unable to break through the realm barrier. Although there are many demon race's army on the battlefield in the Western Territory, it is only a matter of time before they are all wiped out." Duwan was startled and said coldly, "Stop trying to mislead people." Yang Kai smiled. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It won't affect the situation between the two realms." Duwan was silent for a moment, and a dangerous aura suddenly surged from her body. The demon qi on the surface of her body surged endlessly, as if she could explode at any time. At the same time, she sneered, "I'll wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." After falling into Yang Kai's hands, she knew that there was no hope of escaping, so she directly asked for death. She was very decisive. Perhaps it was because her mind was affected by the demonic qi, but her actions were quite similar to those of the demon race. Murong Xiao Zhao's face changed drastically, and she quickly shouted, "Demonic blood purification, brother. Be careful." How could Yang Kai not notice? The change in Duwan's aura was so obvious. Whether it was the demonic blood purification or something else, it looked like a self-detonation secret technique. He hurriedly urged his demon chi to suppress it. Unexpectedly, he couldn't suppress it. Amidst her wild laughter, Du Wan's petite body swelled up, as if she was about to explode in the next moment. Yang Kai frowned, and with a shake of his hand, the person in his hand disappeared directly, and the dangerous aura was annihilated. Although she was from the demon heavenly way, she was still a disciple of Azure Sun Temple after all. It was just that her mind was corrupted by the demonic chi. If she could be cured, she might be able to turn over a new leaf. Yang Kai didn't want to kill her, but he also didn't want her to self-detonate, so he directly put her into the small sealed world. With his small sealed world's master strength, it was more than enough to suppress Du Wan's self-detonation. Sure enough, after being put into the small sealed world, under the cover of world force, the violent aura on Du Wan's body gradually disappeared and soon calmed down. A big living person suddenly disappeared like this, causing a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to exclaim. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao also had inquiring expressions, wanting to know where Yang Kai had taken Du Wan. Yang Kai informed them through divine sense transmission, and the two of them were relieved. However, there was actually a mole in her team, which made Murong Xiao's mood heavy. Xiao Baiyi also brought a team with him, but she didn't know if there were any hidden demon Heavenly Way members. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Boya both had insight, so they only needed to wait for that team to come and take a look to know the result. What did you find? Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Boya. Boya said, it should be a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, but I've never heard of it before. I'm afraid it was only recently developed. Why the people of Demon Heavenly Way could still maintain their consciousness after being eroded by the demonic chi, and why they could even hide in the star boundary without being detected was something that the people of the star boundary had never understood. If they could crack this key point, maybe they would be able to discover some flaws when they met the people of Demon Heavenly Way in the future. Boya was studying this just now. Hearing her say that it was a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. He sent his divine sense into the small sealed world and materialized in front of Bai Zhuo and Bai Ya. Although Bai Zhuo was a general under Yu Ru Ming's command, he was from the Blood Demon clan. If the people of Demon Heavenly Way used a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Bai Zhuo should be able to see through it. At the same time, Yang Kai also summoned Du Wan over. The demonic blood extermination was suppressed and failed to self-destruct, so Du Wan was unconscious at this moment. She lay there quietly and returned to her original appearance. Her petite body was curled up into a ball, making her look very lovable. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Bai Zhuo glanced at Du Wan and asked. Yang Kai said, I remember that Brother Bai Zhuo went back and forth between the two-world battlefield and the demon territory several times. Bai Zhuo nodded and said, that's right. After several years of war, he returned to the demon territory several times, and returned to the battlefield several times. In that case, have you ever heard of Demon Heavenly Way? Yang Kai pointed at Du Wan in front of him. Bai Zhuo smiled and said, of course I've heard of it. Why? Is this woman from Demon Heavenly Way? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, Boya said that she should have been affected by some secret technique of the Blood Demon clan. So I wanted to ask Brother Bai Zhuo to examine her and see if you can save her. Bai Zhuo heard this and said, those people from Demon Heavenly Way were indeed affected by my Blood Demon clan's secret technique, but I'm not too sure what this secret technique is because I'm not in charge of this matter. However, I can examine her. As for whether or not she can be saved, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Bai Zhuo. Brother Yang is too polite. Oh right. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, can you tell the difference between the real demon race and the people from Demon Heavenly Way when you see them? Bai Zhuo looked at the unconscious Du Wan and said, I can see that although the demonic chi on her body is deeply hidden, there are still traces of it. Bai Ya also nodded and said, that's right. Yang Kai thought for a moment before raising his hand and summoning another person. It was the demon race member that Yang Kai had first taken into the small sealed world, Hualuan. This guy seemed to be meditating and cultivating. When he was summoned by Yang Kai from the third peak, he was still in a cultivation posture, but after a while, he realized that something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he was startled and quickly bowed. Yang Kai didn't waste time with him and just pointed to Do-won on the ground and said, "Look at this woman. Do you see anything special about her?" Hua Luan didn't know the situation and carefully looked at Yang Kai's expression before paying attention to Do-won. After a long time, he carefully said, "This woman is petite and young. Her appearance is average and her figure is average." Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. "Is there anything else?" "Anything else?" Hua Luan felt the pressure and gulped. "I don't know what Master is referring to. She's been infected by the demonic qi." "She's been infected by the demonic qi?" Hua Luan was stunned. He looked down at Do-won carefully and then shook his head vigorously. "I can't see it." This was strange. Boya could see it, but Hua Luan couldn't. The difference in cultivation between the two wasn't very big. Hua Luan was a low-ranked demon king. If even Hua Luan couldn't see it, it could only mean that the demonic qi in the demon race was hidden very deeply. As for Boya, Yang Kai thought about it, and could only conclude that it was because she was born with extraordinary eyesight. After all, she was a feather demon and cultivated an eye technique, so it was reasonable that she could see what others couldn't. Chapter 3640. Inside the small sealed world, the divine sense projection was communicating with Bai Zhua and Bai Ya. Outside, Yang Kai wasn't idle either, directing Bo Ya to interrogate the demon heavenly path leader in the Emperor realm to find out where their stronghold was. Although the demon heavenly paths people were very well hidden, since this person was from the Emperor realm, he must have access to some information that ordinary disciples wouldn't have access to. It was rare to capture one alive, so naturally, Yang Kai had to make some inquiries. Boya didn't disappoint Yang Kai. She was a demon king, so although she wasn't good at interrogation, she still had her own methods. The demon heavenly path leader in the Emperor realm had a seal planted by Yang Kai, so he couldn't resist at all. It wasn't long before he couldn't bear it and confessed. There were countless strongholds of the demon heavenly path, and he didn't know about the others, but he had rushed over from a place called White Horse Town. According to him, White Horse Town didn't seem special on the surface, but there were many demon heavenly path members hiding in it, mingling in the streets. They were no different from ordinary people, but if they were summoned, they would immediately rush to different places to perform tasks. This time, he came here because he was summoned. However, halfway there, he felt that someone was following him, so he carefully circled around the area, trying to find out more. At this moment, Do-won quietly sent a message over. After learning about the personnel and deployment of Azure Sun Temple, the demon heavenly path leader from the Emperor realm decided to beat them at their own game and ambush Morong Xiao Zhao's group. After that, Yang Kai saw what happened when he arrived. "There are no demon heavenly path strongholds here?" Xiao Bai frowned. "Then what are you doing here?" "I don't know." The demon heavenly paths leader from the Emperor realm shook his head. "I'm just following orders." "Who told you to come?" Xiao Bai asked again. "I don't know." Before he could finish speaking, Boya, who had been squatting in front of him, smiled charmingly at him, placed her jade hand on his shoulder, and poured her demonic qi into his body. The next moment, the demon heavenly paths leader from the Emperor realm let out a muffled groan and showed an extremely pained expression. Under his exposed skin, there seemed to be small snakes slithering about, a terrifying sight to behold. In just 3 breaths of time, his eyes were bloodshot as he howled miserably, as if he was being tortured. While he howled, "I really don't know who I'm here. I'm here. For what reason? I don't know anything." Boya raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him remain indifferent, she continued. The screams became louder and softer as the demon heavenly path leader from the Emperor realm from demon heavenly path screamed until his voice was hoarse. His clothes were soaked in sweat as he fell to the ground, twitching and convulsing, his eyes rolling up as if he could die at any moment. The Four Seasons realm? Suddenly, a low voice came from the Emperor realm from demon heavenly path. Although the voice was small, Yang Kai heard it clearly and quickly asked, "You want to go to the Four Seasons realm?" Although his movements were weak, the Emperor realm still nodded gently. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What do you want?" He was also going to the Four Seasons realm, and this place was not far from the Four Seasons realm. He did not expect that the Emperor realm from demon heavenly path would also want to go to the Four Seasons realm. No wonder they met here. Since everyone had the same goal, there was naturally a chance for them to meet. This time, the Emperor Realm Master couldn't answer. Even after Boya tortured him until he fainted, he still couldn't provide any useful clues. Either his willpower was strong enough to keep the secret, or he really didn't know. The latter was more likely. If he really had a strong willpower, he would not have spilled the beans. Since there was nothing he could ask, Yang Kai raised his hand and put this person into the small sealed world. It was not that he took pity on his life, but that he could give Baizhuo another experimental subject. If he could borrow this person's body to let Baizhuo study a way to crack the blood demon secret technique, then in the future, when he captured those from Demon Heavenly Path, he might be able to set things right and restore their sanity. However, Yang Kai was a little surprised that this matter involved the Four Seasons realm. After pondering for a while, he said, "Xiao Bai, take the disciples back to the temple first. I'll go to the Four Seasons realm to see what Demon Heavenly Path is up to." "I'll go with you," Xiao Bai said concisely. Yang Kai laughed and pointed to Morong Xiao Xiao. "If you go with me, what will happen to junior sister Morong? Do you feel assured letting her return to the temple alone?" With Morong Xiao Xiao's current state, he really could not rest assured. What's more, most of the disciples in her team were injured. Since Demon Heavenly Path had been ordered to go to the Four Seasons realm, there would definitely be more than one group. If they were to encounter them on the way back, the temple's disciples would be doomed. Xiao Bai frowned. He knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, but he still said, "Can't you put them away?" Duan and the Emperor Realm had been taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, so the others could naturally do the same. For Yang Kai, this was a piece of cake. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I want you to go back not only because junior sister Morong and the others need to be treated, but also because there is another matter you need to take charge of. For the temple, this matter is more important than the Four Seasons realm." What happened in the Four Seasons realm could not be determined for the time being, but the temple's matter was urgent. Xiao Bai listened to his serious tone and was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai said seriously, "We found Duan today, but is there no second, third, or even more Duan in the temple?" Saying so, he beckoned to Boya and waited for her to come to his side before saying, "Take her back and quietly find all the spies in the temple." Just now, Boya was able to detect Duan's abnormality, which meant that she could see through Demon Heavenly Path disguise. It was unknown whether there were more spies in the temple, but Yang Kai was too busy right now, so it was best for Boya to go. Boya did not expect that Yang Kai would instruct her to do this and could not help but glare at Yang Kai, but she did not object. Anyway, it was better than staying in the sealed world bead. Since Li Shiqing was sent out of the sealed world bead, she had nothing to do in the sealed world bead. Xiao Bai glanced at Boya hesitantly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured. Although she is from the demon race, she is still one of my people. Since I asked her to go back with you, there will be no problem." Xiao Bai gently nodded. As a person from the star boundary, he instinctively rejected and hated the demon race, but since Yang Kai said so, he did not doubt him. "Who is in charge of the temple now?" Yang Kai asked. "Great Elder Chio." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Explain the matter to Great Elder in detail and be careful. Don't leak the news and alert the enemy." "I know," Xiao Bai responded. After the discussion, Xiao Bai did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited in place. His team of disciples had not yet arrived. Duan was in Morong Xiao Zhao's team, so he did not know if there were any Demon Heavenly Path members hiding in his team. However, Yang Kai could not wait that long. He told Boya to cooperate fully with the temple and left her a space spirit bead. Under everyone's gazes, he left for the Four Seasons realm alone. After a stick of incense, another team of Azure Sun Temple disciples hurried over. After everyone was gathered, Xiao Bai turned to look at Boya. Boya slowly shook her head, and Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to delay, so he immediately led everyone back to Azure Sun Temple. However, despite Yang Kai's assurance, Xiao Bai still had a certain degree of vigilance towards Boya. After all, she was a Demon King level master. If Boya suddenly attacked, with the current state of the temple, although they could deal with her, they would have to pay a price. Especially with the injured Morong Xiao Xiao, Xiao Bai always stood between her and Boya. In addition, There was another problem that made Xiaobai feel a little helpless. That was, the characteristics of Bo Ya's demon race were too obvious. As a feather demon, with a pair of white wings on her back, it was difficult for others not to notice her. If he really took her back like this, it was likely that before they reached the temple, someone would jump out to subdue her. Fortunately, Boya could use a secret technique to temporarily retract her wings. Whitey then found a black hooded jacket and wrapped it tightly around Boya. Only then did they set off on their way. The Four Seasons realm was not far from the location where the Azure Sun Temple disciples were in danger, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai came here just to investigate the situation in the Four Seasons realm. He didn't even have much hope of finding out anything. He just wanted to give his parents some comfort and an explanation. Who knew that the people of Demon Heavenly Way would be so interested in the Four Seasons realm, which made him a little puzzled. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could enter the Four Seasons realm because Qiongqi opened the way. Qiongqi was the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. After the great emperors fell, they slept for countless years in the flowing time temple of the Four Seasons realm. It was not surprising that he could open the Four Seasons realm. Why would the people of Demon Heavenly Way come to the Four Seasons realm? One had to know that this place had existed in the Southern Territory for countless years and would open every once in a while. Any cultivator below the Dao Source realm could enter to gain experience. There was still a long time before the next opening. So even if the people of Demon Heavenly Way came, how could they enter? Or perhaps, the goal of Demon Heavenly Way was not the Four Seasons realm, but something in that small territory that was worthy of their attention. No matter what the specific situation was, Yang Kai had to quickly investigate. Just as he arrived, Yang Kai found something unusual. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located in the sky, above a nameless valley. When the time was right, there would be no clues, but when the time was right, the door to the Four Seasons realm would appear in the sky. The valley was nameless and had no precious treasures, so usually, there were few people in this valley and no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment, there were many people gathered in the valley. Teams of various sizes were scattered in every corner of the nameless valley. All of them had concealed themselves and were hiding in the forests and caves. These teams had a large number of people and a small number of people. The largest had hundreds of people and the smallest had a dozen people, but without exception, they were all led by someone from the Emperor realm. Chapter 36:41. More than a dozen teams and hundreds of people were gathered in the nameless valley where the Four Seasons realm was located. They were quietly lying in wait, and no one knew what they were up to. Among the dozen or so Emperor realm masters, there were some with high and some with low cultivations, ranging from the first order to the third order. If it had been Yang Kai before he went to the demon domain, he would have had to be more careful today to avoid being discovered. But now, his soul cultivation had skyrocketed, and he was much stronger than a false emperor or half-saint. If he deliberately hid his aura, these people in the valley would not be able to detect his existence. There was nothing unusual, but Yang Kai felt that these people gathered in the valley were most likely from the Demon Heavenly Way. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai decided to wait and see. If this matter involved the Four Seasons realm, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. If he took action now, with the help of Bai Zhua and Bai Ya, he could certainly kill these people, but it would not be easy to find out their purpose here. After all, even the person from the Emperor realm who was thrown into the small sealed world before didn't know the purpose of this place, so the others from the Emperor realm might not know. These people were probably here on orders. Since they were here on orders, it meant that someone had given them the order to gather here. This person definitely had a high position in the Demon Heavenly Way and was most likely a false emperor. Killing these small fries was naturally not as good as catching a big fish, so it was easy to choose. For the next 10 days, Yang Kai hid somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, secretly observing the movements of the Demon Heavenly Way. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to blend in, but the people in each team seemed to know each other. Yang Kai hadn't learned any appearance-changing techniques, and he also didn't have any tools to disguise himself, so he could only give up on the idea. During the day, these people from the Demon Heavenly Way were very quiet, hiding in their hiding places to meditate and cultivate, but at night, they were busy. Yang Kai observed for more than 10 days and found that these people seemed to be setting up a spirit array, a large-scale spirit array that almost covered the entire Nameless Valley where the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located. Array formations weren't something that just anyone could fiddle with. However, there was a skilled array master among the Devil Sky Dao's people. Under his command, the inexplicable Great Array gradually took shape. Yang Kai memorized all the key points of the array formation and put his brand into the Jade Slip. During the day, he found an opportunity to send the Jade Slip back to the High Heaven Palace with the Space Spirit Bead to consult the Southgate Army. However, the demonic Heavenly Dao's array formation was set up bit by bit, and the information that Yang Kai obtained wasn't complete. Therefore, even though the Southern Gate Army was an Emperor Array Master, it still took them some effort to crack it. Several days later, the Southern Gate Army sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him that this should be a summoning array. However, there were some changes made to the ordinary summoning array, and the array was incomplete. The Southern Gate Army was unable to determine what the Demon Sky Dao's people were summoning. They immediately requested to rush over from the High Heaven Palace to take a look with their own eyes. He was very interested in formations. Yang Kai decisively refused. The Southern Gate Army only had First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really came here, they definitely wouldn't be able to conceal their aura. Even if they were covered, they might still be exposed. Since Yang Kai didn't agree, the Southern Gate Army was helpless. He could only warn Yang Kai, let's not talk about the power of this array for now. Since it is a summoning array, Palace Master should be on guard against the Demon Sky Dao's people summoning some kind of peerless monster. If that is the case, Palace Master should be careful. Yang Kai replied, I know. The Southern Gate Army didn't know that there were 3 half-saint hidden in the sealed world bead. Even if the Demon Sky Dao's people really summoned some kind of peerless monster, it wasn't certain who would kill who. Yang Kai didn't believe that the Demon Sky Dao's people could summon something more powerful than 3 half-saints combined strength. Hearing Yang Kai's perfunctory tone, the Southern Gate Army solemnly warned again, Palace Master, please observe carefully for the next few days. This array should be missing something crucial. If you find anything, please inform this subordinate immediately. Yang Kai didn't know what it was missing, but since the Southern Gate Army made such a judgment, Yang Kai naturally had to observe it more carefully. A few days later, the Great Array seemed to be getting more and more complete. The array foundation was hidden in the valley, and no clues could be seen from the outside. The entire Nameless Valley was shrouded in an inexplicable aura that made people feel a little depressed. At this moment, a message from the embodiment suddenly came from the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was delighted when he noticed it. He continued to observe the changes in the Great Array while projecting his divine sense into the small sealed world bead. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Bai Ya and Bai Zhua cupped their fists and greeted, Brother Yang. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised his brow, and asked, You saved him? This middle-aged man was Emotion Dao, who had been captured alive in the Emperor realm. These days, Bai Zhua had been studying how to crack the secret technique planted by the Blood Demon clan on Emotion Dao, and only today did he make some progress. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale and his aura was extremely weak. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the man hurriedly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to press on the man's shoulder, indicating that he should just sit. This man probably didn't have much strength, so he could only sit and salute Yang Kai. Many thanks for saving my life, Palace Master Yang Kai. You really saved him? Yang Kai raised his brow. Bai Zhua flipped his wrist, and a drop of dark red blood squirmed on his palm like a living creature. However, this drop of blood was full of demonic nature and evil. This was a drop of demon blood. Bai Zhua said, This is the root of the disaster. Yang Kai looked at the drop of demon blood and frowned. What do you mean? Bai Zhua said, A blood demon has planted its own blood essence in him, causing it to flow through his meridians and flesh. Normally, it won't show, but during battle, it will arouse the demonic nature. So, if you want to save him, you need to completely extract this drop of blood essence. This is not an easy task. Fortunately, he didn't actively become the demon race's heavenly Tao, so he subconsciously rejected this drop of demon blood. This is the only way to set things right. But even so, before the secret technique is used, his chances of survival are 50-50. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. In other words, even if I can capture someone from Emotion Dao in the future, I can't guarantee that I can save them. Baizhua slowly shook his head. I don't have enough ability. He was a half-saint, and even he said he didn't have enough ability. Could he go find Shueli? Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had saved one and comforted him. He turned to the unconscious Du Wan and asked, How is she? Can you save her? Baizhua didn't dare say anything. I will do my best. Yang Kai knew that this was the only way. He turned to the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm and asked, What is your name? The other person weakly replied, Zhao Quan. After some questions and answers, Yang Kai learned that Zhao Quan was an elder of a medium-sized sect in the Western Territory. When the war broke out in the Western Territory, he became the demon race's hands in order to cover the retreat of his fellow disciples. He thought he would die, but the demon race just imprisoned him. After a while, a powerhouse of the demon race took him to a secret room and planted an evil technique on him. Then he became a member of Emotion Dao. This was the reason why Baizhua said that he didn't become the demon race's heaven's path on his own initiative. He became the demon race's hands in order to cover for his fellow disciples. According to him, many of the cultivator captured by the demon race were planted with the blood demon's essence and transformed into a part of Emotion Dao. A large number of them couldn't bear it and died on the spot. However, as long as they didn't die, they would be loyal to the demon race and become a different person. Now that the evil technique in Zhao Quan's body was broken, his consciousness returned to clarity. He recalled the previous days and couldn't believe that he was willing to work for the demon race. Zhao Quan might be weak, but he gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Yang Kai smiled. Now there is a chance for revenge. Do you dare to come with me? Zhao Quan immediately replied. Why wouldn't I dare? As long as we can kill the demon race, what's wrong with Zhao Quan giving up his life? I should have died a few years ago. You don't need to give up your life. You just need to take me to become the demon race's heaven's path. Yang Kai smiled. He originally intended to become the demon race's heaven's path, but he couldn't find a chance. Now that Baizhua had rescued Zhao Quan, it gave him a chance. Zhao Quan was also a smart person. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Palace Master Yang is referring to the Four Seasons realm? Yes, I am now in the Four Seasons realm. I won't hide it from you. There are many people from Emotion Dao gathered there. Zhao Quan nodded. This is just right. This show will accompany Palace Master Yang. Restore yourself first. I'll take you out of here later. Yang Kai flipped his hand and handed over a jade box containing a spirit pill for healing injuries. Zhao Quan took it and thanked him before taking the pill and sitting down to meditate. In the valley, the people of Emotion Dao were still busy. However, it seemed that the day of the Great Array's success would be in the next few days. The Array Master patrolled back and forth, constantly issuing various instructions. When dawn arrived, everyone from Demonic Sky Path dispersed and returned to their hiding places to conceal themselves. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai's figure appeared. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Quan appeared beside him. Please instruct me, Palace Master Yang. Zhao Quan cupped his hands. After a night of recovery, his face was still pale, but it was much better than last night. At the very least, he had some ability to move and protect himself. Yang Kai briefly told him about the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Then he said, You will be in charge of this trip. I will follow you, and don't need to do anything. We just need to let them recognize us and let us join. Zhao Quan replied, This is simple. When the time comes, Palace Master Yang will act according to my signal. That's good. Let's go. Yang Kai smiled. Zhao Quan immediately led the way while Yang Kai followed behind. At the same time, Yang Kai put on the clothes he had prepared to cover his head and face. There was no other way. His popularity in the star boundary was too high. If he met one or two people who had seen him before, his identity would be exposed immediately. Chapter 3642. Although such a disguise was a bit suspicious, as long as it was handled properly, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After observing for a few days, he found that many people in the demon path had traces of disguise. There were also some who covered their heads and faces like him. Although these people were ordered to gather here, they didn't want to let each other know their origins and identities. Thus, his current appearance shouldn't be too abrupt. Once they were ready, the two immediately set off, heading straight for the valley where the Four Seasons Realm's gateway was located. After flying for a short time, Yongkai chuckled. "Brother Zhou, we are just going to become the demon race's heavenly Tao. We won't immediately kill people. You should restrain your murderous aura." Zhao Quan took a few deep breaths and calmed his mood. Once his murderous aura was restrained, he said, "Thinking of my sect's disciples, this Zhou couldn't help it. Palace Master Yang, please forgive me." Yang Kai replied, "I understand, but there will always be a chance." Zhao Quan was reminded to continue moving forward and didn't reveal any flaws. After entering the Valley of the Four Seasons realm, he immediately felt a divine sense probing from not far away. Yang Kai felt it clearly and knew the direction of the source of this divine sense. It should be the location of the Array Master. Before the big fish behind them showed up, everything here was presided over by the Array Master. Zhao Quan turned his head in that direction and heard Yang Kai's voice. Without hesitation, he led Yang Kai in that direction. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a cave. In front of the cave, a tall man with a white face and no beard was blocking the entrance. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. This person's cultivation was also very good. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and had been following the Array Master all this time, responsible for protecting the Array Master's safety. During the days Yang Kai secretly observed, this person was inseparable from the Array Master. Seeing Zhao Quan and Yang Kai arrive, the pale-faced man didn't move and just looked at them coldly. Zhao Quan didn't say a word as he directly took out a black token and threw it at the person. The person took it, checked it, and confirmed it before throwing it back. However, he still didn't show any intention of giving way. Instead, he reached out and made an inviting gesture. Zhao Quan looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and activated his demonic qi. In an instant, his demonic qi rolled and enveloped his body. He did not reveal his cultivation as an upper-rank demon king, only revealing the aura of an lower-rank demon king. He was not afraid that others would see through his disguise. Unless their spirit cultivation was stronger than his, no one would be able to see through his disguise. The pale-faced man was a third-layer Emperor Realm Venerable, so he naturally couldn't see through him. Seeing Yang Kai reveal his demonic qi, the vigilance on his face relaxed a lot. Everyone in Motyan Path had demonic qi. Thus, even if they didn't know each other, as long as they showed traces of demonic qi, everyone would know that they were on the same side. The token Zhao Quan took out earlier was just an additional layer of identity verification. When Yang Kai revealed his demonic qi, Zhao Quan said, "I was ambushed on the way here and was injured. It is temporarily inconvenient for me to use techniques. Please forgive me." The demonic blood in his body had already been drawn out by Baizhua, so it was impossible for him to show any trace of demonic qi. However, he did look like he had yet to recover from his injuries, so there was nothing wrong with his excuse. In any case, Yang Kai had already revealed his identity. In the astral boundary, there were no normal people who would be willing to associate with Motyan Path. The pale-faced man didn't doubt him. He just frowned and asked, "Who did you meet? Did you leave behind any flaws?" Zhao Quan nodded. "Don't worry, they have all been killed. However, the people I brought are almost all dead. Now only Junior Brother and I are left." The pale-faced man gently nodded. "It doesn't matter. The two of you are enough. Come in first and see Master Sun first." Then he turned and led Zhao Quan and Yang Kai inside. The cave was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. There were dozens of people gathered inside. They were the ones who had recently arranged the array with the Array Master. The Array Master was the Master Sun mentioned by the pale-faced man. At this time, Master Sun was meditating. The pale-faced man brought Yang Kai and Zhao Quan in front of him. After a few words, Master Sun nodded slightly. I asked you to come and help me arrange the array. Now that the array is almost complete, the two of you can stay here and heal for the time being. In 3 days, I will need your help. Yes, I will follow Master Sun's instructions. Zhao Quan responded and led Yang Kai away. Just as he turned around, Master Sun suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked, Junior brother, why are you hiding your face? Zhao Quan cupped his hands. Junior brother encountered a fire when he was young and his appearance was ruined. It isn't convenient for him to show his face. He didn't pause in his answer. He had obviously considered this issue. Master Sun glanced at Yang Kai again, but was too lazy to entangle himself with this issue. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai and the others could pass the pale-faced man, it was fine. He asked this casually. The pale-faced man surged with his divine sense, as if he wanted to investigate whether Zhao Quan's words were true or false. However, how could he see? When his divine sense swept over, Yang Kai's face was blurred. He couldn't help frowning, thinking that Yang Kai was wearing a secret treasure. Master Sun didn't pursue this matter, and he didn't want to create more problems. There were twists and turns, but they finally passed. It seemed simple, but if Yang Kai couldn't stimulate his demon yuan, it would be impossible for him to come here. The people of Ma Yindao probably wouldn't think that there would be an anomaly like Yang Kai in this world. However, this method could only be used at this stage. In the future, once the news of Yang Kai returning to the astral boundary from the demon territory was completely exposed, the people of Ma Yindao would definitely be alerted. At that time, it wouldn't work. The two people came to a corner of the cave and found an empty corner to meditate. Zhao Quan's injuries hadn't healed, and he really needed to heal. Yang Kai secretly observed the cultivation strength of the people in the cave. In fact, he had already investigated clearly, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always right to observe more. Just now, Master Sun had said that he would need them in 3 days, so Kai Yang secretly guessed that the spirit array should be completed in 3 days. When the time came for the spirit array to operate, he didn't know what they would need to do. The Southern Gate Army said that this large array was a summoning array and might summon a peerless monster. But what kind of peerless monster was there in the Four Seasons realm? Moreover, since it was a summoning, there must be a certain price to pay. The array was only the foundation, so what was the price? Was it a blood sacrifice for the people of Ma Yindao? If so, he didn't know if the people of Ma Yindao would be willing. In any case, things should be clear in 3 days. Yang Kai could only wait quietly. In the next few days, the people of Ma Yindao were still dormant during the day and went out to arrange the array at night. However, Master Sun didn't have any intention of calling out to Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. First, the two said that they were injured. Second, the array was about to be completed. It didn't matter whether they were needed or not. They only needed to contribute when the array was activated. Thus, the two people stayed in the cave for a few days. On the night of the 3rd day, when the moon was high in the sky, Master Sun suddenly got up. Yang Kai, who had been secretly paying attention to him, saw that his expression had become much more excited. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, come out with me." After speaking, he took the lead and walked out. The dozens of people didn't hesitate and chased after him. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai found that the people of Ma Yindao who had been hiding in the valley these days all came out at this time, each leading their own people and flying over. In a short while, hundreds of people gathered in one place. Master Sun's eyes swept over, and he smiled faintly. "Everyone from the Emperor realm, take a step forward." After speaking, more than 20 people stepped forward, including Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. Grandmaster Sun nodded when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 jade slips flew out, each corresponding to an Emperor Realm Master. At the same time, Grandmaster Sun said, "These jade slips contain the method and location of the spirit array. Remember them well." Yang Kai reached out and took the jade slips. Using his divine sense, he found that it was as Master Sun said. The jade slips recorded the method to operate the array and the position they needed to stand in. The method should be the same. The position of the array was different for everyone. This nameless array actually required more than 20 people from the Emperor realm to work together to activate. No matter what its use was, this scale was extraordinary. It was no wonder that it took a long time to arrange it. Yang Kai looked up at Zhao Quan. His divine sense surged, and he quietly sent him a message. Zhao Quan nodded imperceptibly. The method in the jade slips wasn't difficult to understand. Those who could cultivate to the Emperor realm weren't fools, and naturally memorized it quickly. Master Sun also flew to a position at this moment and said in a clear voice, "Today's matter is done. Once it is done, there will be no shortage of rewards. Everyone, enter the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so Emperor Realm Masters flew up and landed in their respective positions. Yang Kai and Zhao Quan were separated by a few li, and were in two different positions. This way, if there really was a change, he wouldn't be able to take care of the other. However, he had secretly informed Zhao Quan so he could safely escape. The array was about to be activated, and the people from the Emperor Realm entered the array. Yang Kai was puzzled. According to what the Southgate army said before, this array was still missing a key. These days, he hadn't seen Master Sun do anything special. Had the so-called key been unknowingly filled? At this time, it wasn't convenient for him to contact the Southgate army to inquire. He could only take one step at a time. Moreover, the big fish he guessed hadn't appeared. He didn't know if his guess was wrong or if the time wasn't right. If it was the former, it was easy to handle. Although there were many people in front of him, it wasn't enough for him to kill. If it was the latter, he needed to wait and see. In any case, things had already reached this point, and Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what this array was doing. Chapter 36-43. The cultivators of the Emperor Realm entered their respective positions while the other cultivators came to the center of the formation under the command of Master Sun and sat down cross-legged. A few hundred people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number to gather in one place. Once everything was ready, Master Sun shouted excitedly, "Start the formation." The cultivators of the Emperor Realm changed their hand seals and urged their own strength. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their feet and soared into the sky, illuminating the entire valley. The dazzling light quickly converged and turned into colorful patterns that converged toward the center of the formation. Right at this moment, a puff was heard, and the humming grand formation suddenly trembled without end, faintly showing signs of collapse. Master Sun's expression changed, and he turned his head to look in one direction. Zhao Quan's face was pale, and he was vomiting blood. The abnormal sound just now was the sound of him vomiting blood. Master Sun's expression suddenly sank. Zhao Quan's face was full of shame. "The injuries I suffered before." Master Sun didn't let him say more and scolded him, "Waste." He hurriedly instructed the pale-faced man to come forward and replace him. This formation required everyone to work together. If there was a problem with Zhao Quan's side, it would affect the whole body. If it wasn't fixed in time, the entire formation would collapse in a short time. Fortunately, he had a third-layer Emperor Realm Guard who came in handy at this time. The pale-faced man flew into the formation, grabbed Zhao Quan's collar, and threw him out. His hand seals changed, and the chaotic formation quickly stabilized again. In the valley, the patterns lit up and slowly flowed, converging toward the center. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the patterns in the valley had converged into a huge yin and yang fish pattern. The yin and yang fish were like living creatures that swam in the valley. A bolt of lightning shot out of the blue, and a person appeared in the sky above the center of the formation along with the bolt of lightning. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of the formation, was shocked and excited. It was because the person who came was a fake emperor. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had been hibernating here for so many days. Wasn't it all for this big fish? Previously, when Master Sun was about to set up the array, Yang Kai thought that he had guessed wrongly and that no big fish would come here at all. He almost killed him directly. Fortunately, he had waited a little longer. From the looks of it, there was indeed a big fish. However, this fellow was very cautious. He should have been hiding in the dark all this time and only revealed himself now. He quietly looked over and saw that this person was dressed in scholarly attire, like a teacher in a private school. He had a modest smile on his face. Even if they met such a person face to face, no one would think that he was from the demonic sky path. Yang Kai didn't dare to look at it too much. He glanced at it and immediately looked away. After this person appeared, Master Sun immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Wind Monarch." The Wind Emperor raised his hand. "No need to be so courteous. Thank you for your hard work here." Master Sun said, "It's my honor to be able to work for the Wind Monarch. It's not hard at all." Feng Jun nodded. He was very satisfied with Master Sun's performance. The conversation between the two entered Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of the person who came. He had only returned to the astral realm for a few days, so he didn't know much about the demonic sky path. However, from the limited information, he knew that the demonic sky path's pathmaster was the great emperors Ken Yi, and Ken Yi had the 4 great emperors of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain great emperors, all of whom had the cultivation of a fake emperor. The person who came was a fake emperor, and Master Sun called him the Wind Monarch. It was obvious that this guy was definitely one of the 4 great emperors under Ken Yi. This time, he had really caught a big fish. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows, afraid that he wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement and reveal any flaws. Master Sun said again, reporting to the Wind Monarch, "Everything here has been prepared." "Very good." The Wind Monarch smiled. "Mister, you have done well here. When we return, I will definitely ask the Pathmaster to reward you." Master Sun's face lit up with joy. He bowed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Wind Monarch." The Wind Monarch didn't say anything else. Instead, his expression turned solemn. He held his hands in front of him with a devout expression, as if he was holding some sacred object, but there was clearly nothing in his hands. The next moment, a white bone appeared out of thin air. The bone was more than a foot long and curved at both ends. It looked unremarkable. It wasn't a rare treasure, nor was it the remains of a strange beast. It didn't even have the slightest bit of spirituality. However, the Wind Monarch treated this bone like a treasure. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this bone. If he wasn't wrong, this bone should be a rib, and it was a rib under a human's abdomen. From the color, the owner of this rib should have died many years ago. He didn't know how such an ordinary-looking rib was preserved. After the white rib appeared, the Wind Monarch suddenly raised his hand and slapped downwards. Below him was where the hundreds of disciples of the demonic heavenly path were sitting cross-legged. At this moment, these cultivators were all closing their eyes to regulate their breathing. How could they have expected such a sudden disaster? But then again, these people weren't even from the Emperor realm. Even if they knew that the Wind Monarch would attack them in advance, they probably couldn't resist. Under the slap, a strong wind blew and a tornado appeared, wrapping the hundreds of people inside. In an instant, miserable howls filled the air. Within the array, the expressions of the 20-odd people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. They looked at the Wind Monarch in horror. They obviously didn't expect the Wind Monarch to do this. Those people were brought here by them. Since the Wind Monarch attacked, wouldn't he also kill them? Even if they had become the demon race path and a part of the demonic heavenly path, their attachment to life still wouldn't change. At the critical moment of life and death, everyone would only think about themselves. Master Sun shouted in a timely manner, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. If the array is interrupted during operation, everyone will suffer a backlash. Moreover, the Wind Monarch already needs enough blood sacrifices, so there's no need for you to do anything. Everyone just needs to continue maintaining the array." Once these words were said, regardless of whether they were true or not, the experts of the Emperor realm were more or less relieved. However, they couldn't help but feel a little unhappy that Master Sun had concealed this matter. What was even more unpleasant was that once the array was in operation, it couldn't be interrupted. Forcibly interrupting it would cause a backlash to everyone. The only one who remained calm was Yang Kai. This was because he had the ability to compete with the Wind Monarch. Moreover, this array really did require a blood sacrifice. Yang Kai had guessed it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that the Wind Monarch had done this, it undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Within the tornado, the screams stopped after a few breaths of time. Although there were many disciples of the demonic heavenly path, hundreds of them, they were still not enough in front of the fake emperor. With one move, everyone died on the spot. The wind monarch hooked his hand, and a gap appeared in the rotating tornado. From that gap, a dark red river of blood slowly flowed out. Following his guidance, it flowed to the front of him and flowed into the rib bone in his hand. The blood entered the bone and disappeared. It was an extremely strange scene. There was nothing magical about the bone, but it could devour blood without any change in color. Hundreds of people were killed, so there was a lot of blood gathered. However, under the guidance of the wind monarch, the blood continued to flow into the rib bone. Slowly, the plain rib bone finally changed a little. Several complicated patterns appeared on the rib bone. These patterns seemed to be on the rib bone, but it was unknown what kind of mysterious technique was used to make them appear. Normally, they wouldn't be visible, but after the wind monarch did this, they were revealed. After seeing these patterns, the wind monarch's expression clearly became more excited. As the blood continued to be devoured, more and more patterns appeared, gradually covering the entire rib bone. At the same time, an extraordinary aura spread out from the rib bone. Yang Kai's body shook, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Although the aura was weak, he could clearly feel it. It was the aura of the great emperors. An ordinary rib bone, after devouring blood, had many patterns appear on it. Then, it actually emitted the aura of the great emperors. At first, he thought he had sensed wrongly, but although the aura was weak, it was becoming more and more obvious. It was weak because it had been too long. However, no matter how long it had been, the power it contained wouldn't change at all. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He was already pleasantly surprised that he had caught such a big fish this time. He didn't expect that there would be such a change in the situation. The aura of the great emperors wouldn't appear for no reason. Since it was related to the rib bone, it meant that the rib bone should belong to one of the great emperors. Whose was it? He had seen the 10 great emperors in the world. He had even met the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Yukong, a few times. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that the rib bone didn't belong to any of the great emperors he knew because the aura didn't match. Since it wasn't the rib bone of one of the great emperors, it must belong to one of the great emperors of the past. In a flash, the title of one of the great emperors popped up in Yang Kai's mind. At this moment, the wind monarch suddenly groaned. Yang Kai quietly looked over and saw that the rib bone he had been holding in his hand was buzzing and trembling, as if it was going to fall out of his hand at any time. The wind monarch naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He grabbed the rib bone in the palm of his right hand. The rib bone was still trembling, and the groans sounded again. Yang Kai clearly saw that the wind monarch's right hand, which was holding the rib bone, was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, it was as if 1,000 years of the flowing time great emperor had passed in his right hand. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had guessed correctly. This place was the gateway to the Four Seasons realm. Apart from the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who else could it be? It was just that he didn't know where the wind monarch had obtained the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. He had people set up a large array here and used evil techniques to stimulate the hidden spirituality in the rib bone. His goal was definitely not small. Although it had been countless years, and although it was only a rib bone, the flowing time great emperor's power of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor's power of time was a brand in every part of his body. The power of time flowing in the rib bone caused the wind monarch to suffer a lot. Chapter 36:44. In any case, the wind monarch was a fake emperor, while the flowing time great emperor was a figure who had died countless years ago. Just a piece of the great emperor's remains was still majestic. The power of the flowing time great emperor was simply shocking. It was no wonder that throughout the history of the Star Realm, only the great emperors were comparable to the great emperor's Wukong of the heaven-devouring great emperor. However, the two were not born in the same era, otherwise, it would have been a fierce battle. Although the remains of the flowing time great emperors were powerful, it was still a dead object after all. The wind monarch was not unable to resist it. The demonic chi was activated, and under the rolling of the demonic chi, it resisted the principle of time hidden in the remains. The withered right hand that had faded in color recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the Wind Monarch sneered and raised the remains in his hand high up. In an instant, the light of the entire valley seemed to converge on that rib. The Wind Monarch made a seal with one hand and entered the array, becoming the eye of the array. In just a moment, the remains of the great emperors were inseparable from the entire array. More than 20 people of the Emperor realm activated the power of the array and poured it into the remains of the great emperors. At this moment, the expressions of the people of the Emperor realm turned cold, and Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. This was because when the entire array became complete, everyone felt that they had become a part of the array. The power of others flowed into the array, circulated in the array, and converged into the remains of the great emperors, circulating endlessly. This situation was in line with what Master Sun had said before. Once the array was activated, no one could casually stop it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer an extremely serious backlash. The backlash was the combined attack of all the people of the Emperor realm present. Who could resist such power? Even the Wind Monarch might not be able to. Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. He had only come here to find out the intentions of this group of people from Devil Sky Dao, and he had only cooperated with them to hide his identity. Who knew that he would end up in such an awkward situation? Although he was strong and had a half-dragon body, if he really suffered the backlash of the array, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. However, he wasn't too willing to continue maintaining the array and working for the demonic way. Although it seemed like a dead end, there was still a way out. Yang Kai only had a few thoughts in his mind before he calmed down. It wasn't the critical moment yet, so he had to wait and see. The power of the array continued to flow into the remains of the great emperors. Under this power, the remnant spirituality in the remains seemed to be gradually excavated. The aura of the great emperors became more and more obvious and rich. The law of time wreaked havoc in a certain place high up in the sky. The flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making that place look different. At a certain moment, when the aura of the skeleton reached its peak, the Wind Emperor, who had been standing still, suddenly had his eyes brighten. He shouted, "Open!" Grabbing the skeleton with his right hand, he slowly pointed at the void in front of him. With a tap of his finger, an expanse of ripples appeared in space. With the corpse as the center, it swiftly spread out in all directions. The ripples didn't vanish but continued on, causing the expanse of space ahead to become illusory and unreal. And in this illusory void, a huge silhouette gradually appeared. At first, the silhouette was blurry, making it impossible to see what it was. It was like a mirage, but as the Wind Emperor changed his hand seals, the silhouette gradually became clearer and was no longer so illusory. The people of the Emperor realm who were maintaining the array all looked up in shock, unable to take their eyes off it. It was the silhouette of a palace. In the void, a huge palace was being pulled out by the Wind Emperor. As the silhouette gradually became clearer, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded everyone's hearts. It was as if the Wind Emperor wasn't pulling out a palace, but a peerless monster that wanted to swallow everyone. Grandmaster Sun laughed wildly and shouted excitedly, "The Wind Emperor is mighty. The flowing time temple has appeared. In 10,000 years, the demonic path will unify the star boundary." The flowing time temple was actually the flowing time temple. It wasn't until this moment that the people of the Emperor realm understood what the palace that the Wind Emperor pulled out of the void was. It was actually the flowing time temple, the legendary palace of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. This was the valley where the gateway to the Four Seasons realm was located. Everyone knew this, so the appearance of the flowing time temple in the void wasn't so unexpected. It was also at this time that they realized what kind of grand event they had participated in. For a moment, they were all excited. Today, the Tao Master would reward them handsomely in the future. As for the subordinates killed by the Wind Emperor as a blood sacrifice, they were nothing. Yang Kai and Song Delu also showed the same excited expression as the others. Looking at the somewhat familiar flowing time temple, they thought that the Southgate army was right. The array presided over by Grandmaster Sun was indeed a summoning array. However, What it summoned wasn't some peerless monster, but the flowing time temple of the Four Seasons realm. These guys from the Demon Sky Path were really quite ambitious. They had even set their sights on the temporary imperial residence of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, Kinyu was also a great emperor, after all. Though the Flowing Time Divine Palace was good, it might not be of any use to him. However, it was different for the Wind Monarch. If a fake emperor could obtain the Flowing Time Divine Palace, it was not necessarily impossible for him to comprehend the secrets of the regulations of time and strive for the pinnacle of the great Tao. Thus, this matter was presided over by the Wind Monarch, and the afterimage did not appear. Moreover, the Southgate army had said before that this array was missing a key item. Now, it seemed that it was indeed missing. The remains of the great emperors in the Wind Emperor's hand was that key item. The Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the Four Seasons realm. The Four Seasons realm couldn't be opened before the time was up, but the remains of the Flowing Time Great Emperors could connect with the Flowing Time Temple. With the power of more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters and the Great Emperor's corpse as a medium, the Wind Monarch's fake emperor body was able to achieve such a feat. The Demon Heavenly Ways scheme was not small, and they had spent a great deal of effort. The huge palace gradually became clear. Every brick and tile in the palace flowed with an ancient aura. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he had completely figured out the intentions of the demonic path. They had endured for so long just for this moment. His divine sense connected to the sealed world bead, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was cold and murderous. Three figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. One of them directly rushed towards the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai, while the other two rushed straight towards the Wind Emperor. Who would be able to stop the three half-saints when they attacked? At the very least, the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai couldn't stop them. This Emperor realm cultivator from the Emperor realm was only a first-order Emperor realm master. All his attention was attracted by the outline of the Flowing Time Temple in midair, so he didn't expect the people beside him to suddenly attack. But even if he did, he wouldn't have the power to resist. When Baya rushed in front of him and pointed her finger, the man showed a stunned look and turned to look at Baya. For a moment, he didn't understand where this person came from. Baya didn't have the slightest murderous intent. His finger was just to destroy the operating spirit array. But when Baya's finger touched the man, he didn't even make a sound before he exploded into dust with a bang. In an instant, not even his bones were left. It wasn't Baya who killed him, but the backlash from the spirit array killed him. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master withstand the joint attack of more than 20 the Emperor Realm cultivators? Not only him, but even Baya herself was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. The demonic chi on the surface of her body was tumbling. She vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in midair and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone from the Emperor Realm who entered the spirit array groaned in unison. They were all severely injured in an instant. Those who suffered less severe injuries felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Those who suffered more severe injuries vomited blood and fell to the ground. When the spirit array completely backfired, no one was safe and sound. What Master Sun said before was true. However, the backlash also varied. Those with higher cultivations could withstand it better, while those with lower cultivations couldn't withstand it. Especially the person who was pointed at by Baya. It could be said that he was the one who destroyed the spirit array, so he suffered the strongest backlash. He directly exploded and died. Yang Kai also suffered from the backlash. For a while, he saw stars and felt dizzy. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus flickered with 7-colored light and a cool feeling filled the air, stabilizing his mind. When he looked up, his expression turned cold. When Baya destroyed the spirit array, the Dharmakaya and Baizhua had already pounced on the Wind King. The two half-saints' strength was extremely impressive. As one of the half-saints' subordinates under Yuru Meng, Baizhua had been promoted to a half-saint for many years and had profound skills. Although the Dharmakaya was a newly promoted half-saint, he had the body of a stone mongoose. He had the power of the stone fire origin and had cultivated the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. If they were to fight alone, neither of them would be afraid of the Wind King. However, if the two of them joined forces, the Wind King would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Yang Kai originally thought that even if the Wind King wouldn't be defeated quickly, the current situation wouldn't be too good. He would definitely be suppressed by the Dharmakaya and Baizhua. When Baiya recovered, the three of them would fight against the Wind King. With Yang Kai's help, they would be able to crush the Wind King however they wanted. But in fact, the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the Dharmakaya and Baizhua were already 300 feet away from the Wind King. However, Baizhua was frozen at that distance, maintaining a pouncing posture. It couldn't be said that he was frozen because he was still moving forward. However, his speed was extremely slow. At this speed, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach the Wind King's side. On the other hand, the Dharma body was fighting with the Wind King. Both of their movements were extremely fast. It was not the kind of speed that was at the limit of the physical body. Instead, their movements were accelerated countless times by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged thousands of moves, causing the sky to shake and the earth to tremble, creating a dazzling scene like a flower. Even countless afterimages appeared beside the two of them. At first glance, it looked as if countless Dharmakayas and countless Wind Kings were fighting. If Yang Kai wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to see what the two of them were doing. One was extremely fast, while the other was extremely slow. They formed an extremely sharp contrast and looked indescribably strange and awkward. Chapter 36:45. With just a glance, Yang Kai understood that the time within 300 feet of the Wind Monarch had been distorted. That was why there was such a visual illusion. At this moment, what the eyes saw might not necessarily be real. And all of this should be the power of the remains of the great emperors, not the Wind Monarch himself. Without thinking, Yang Kai soared into the sky and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. His expression was solemn, and the deviltry rolled around his body. He was covered in righteous and evil aura. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttling dream." Within 300 feet, Yang Kai slapped down with his palm. The distorted time and space were instantly smoothed out. Although Yang Kai's attainments in the law of time were not deep, he was still a beginner. The flowing time great emperor, shuttling seal, was a divine technique passed down by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It could naturally resist the power of the remains of the great emperors. At the same time, Baizhua, who was affected by the law of time, broke free from the shackles. With a roar, he raised his hand and a crimson blood river rushed toward the Wind Monarch. In the blood river, vengeful souls rolled and screamed miserably. Its power was unfathomable. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. The demonic war hammer appeared in his hand and smashed it toward the Wind Monarch. 2 half-saint and 1 upper-grade demon king, each showing their divine technique, targeted the Wind Monarch. Their magnificent power shook the mind. Faced with this unforeseen event, the Wind Monarch's expression changed greatly. As a fake emperor, he had sharp senses and naturally knew that both the Dharmakaya and Baizhua were not to be trifled with. In addition, there was also Baiya, who had just been sent flying by the backlash of the formation. Now, 3 half-saint had jumped out at once. How could he fight against them alone? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an idea flashed through his mind. He glared at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Yang Kai!" As one of the 4 great monarchs of the demonic heavenly Tao, he was naturally well informed. Previously, when Yang Kai brought Yu Rumeng and the others back from the demonic heavenly Tao's territory, he had met Kan Yi. The great emperors Yi Ying would naturally pass on this information, and the Wind Monarch had obtained this information from Kan Yi. Therefore, he didn't doubt why a half-saint from the demon race would attack him, because he knew that the other party was an enemy. As expected of a fake emperor, he remained calm in the face of danger. With a single thought, a gale rose, and wind blades revolved to protect his body, turning into layers of wind shields. He raised his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped artifact to attack Baizhua. That artifact was only a foot long and looked very ordinary, but Baizhua acted as if he was facing a great enemy. His body that was charging forward suddenly stopped, and the blood river flowed backwards to protect him. With a loud bang, the shuttle-shaped artifact exploded, and it directly blasted the river of blood into pieces, causing Baizhua to lose his footing and retreat 1,000 meters, causing him to be covered in dirt and grime. The Wind Monarch raised his hand again, and a huge palm print collided with the Avatar's demonic warhammer. The Avatar was pushed back explosively, but the Wind Monarch suddenly turned into a breeze and dodged this ferocious attack effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Monarch forced two half-saint to retreat. The strength of his methods could be seen clearly. Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor had already slammed down on the Wind Monarch's chest. The Wind Monarch groaned. His face twisted, and he aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. But soon, it stopped and returned to normal. The flowing time Great Emperor was powerful, but it depended on who the enemy was. The Wind Monarch had the body of a fake emperor and could even resist the laws of time in the remains of the great emperors. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist the flowing time Great Emperor. However, he was not completely unscathed. Yang Kai's palm had injured him somewhat. The Dharmakaya and Baizhua returned. Even Baya suppressed the surging qi and blood in her heart and rushed over from afar. The three half-saints' murderous intent surged to the sky. Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's flying shuttle seal appeared again. Feng Jun looked helpless. He could block the joint attack of the two half-saint and Yang Kai, but he definitely couldn't block the second attack. Moreover, there was also Baya this time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but it was really difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. He had many subordinates from the Emperor realm, but they were all injured or dead from the backlash of the array. They were useless. The only one who was unharmed was Master Sun, a master of array formations who wasn't good at fighting. He gritted his teeth and hated Yang Kai and the others for being shameless. They actually bullied him with numbers. They didn't have the demeanor of a master, but he didn't hesitate at all. When he showed a determined expression, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed blood on the remains of the great emperors in his hand. As the light shone, a big golden word flew out from the remains of the great emperors. The word was strange, and no one could recognize it. Yang Kai and the others' expressions changed. It didn't matter if they didn't recognize it, as long as they could feel the dangerous aura from it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's eyes turned fierce. He didn't retreat, but moved forward. The flowing time Great Emperor slapped down again. The Dharmakaya demonic warhammer and the divine technique of Baizhua and Baya arrived at the same time. The golden word flashed, and everyone's thoughts stopped at this moment. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he saw that Feng Jun's face in front of him was obviously older. He originally looked like he was in his 30s, but now he looked like he was in his 40s. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal had disappeared, and the Dharmakaya Baya and Baizhua's attacks were nowhere to be seen. It was as if a few breaths of time had passed from their lives. No one knew what had happened in those few breaths of time. The Feng Jun, who had aged 10 years, had an unfathomable smile on his face. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai hurriedly examined himself. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he felt relieved. However, he still broke out in a cold sweat. The Feng Jun must have done something just now, but no one saw it or noticed it. Turning his head to look at the three half-saint, he immediately saw the problem. Baizhua was frozen in place like a statue. He didn't move at all, and there was a faint golden light on his chest. He had been hit. Baya discovered the problem before he did. She said with an ugly expression, "He's not dead." Indeed, he wasn't dead. Baizhua's body was full of vitality, and there wasn't even a trace of injury. However, he had inexplicably turned into a statue and didn't move at all. The golden word that had flown out from the remains of the great emperors had also disappeared. It was certain that Baizhua's current state had something to do with the golden word. "Do you still want to fight?" The Feng Jun smiled with a look of victory. "You will die here. Hurry up and run for your lives. Maybe you can live a little longer." "Kill!" Yang Kai roared in response. He clapped and pulled his hands, and a huge crescent blade slashed toward the Feng Jun. The Dharmakaya and Baya also attacked from both sides. The Feng Jun spat out another mouthful of essence blood on the remains of the great emperors. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was furious. The power of the strange golden word was unpredictable. It was obviously a divine technique hidden in the remains of the great emperors. He originally thought that the Feng Jun could only use it once. Losing Baizhua wouldn't affect the situation much. He still had two half-saint on his side, but he didn't expect the Feng Jun to be able to use it again. What was there to fight? Although he had sacrificed his essence blood, the golden word could turn a half-saint into a statue. He only needed to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the Feng Jun team would be wiped out. The great monarch's remains glowed brightly again, and another huge golden character flew out from within. The situation was exactly the same as before. When the golden character appeared, everyone's thoughts stopped. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still safe and sound, and so was the Dharmakaya. On the other hand, Bai Ye and Bai Zhua had both turned into statues and were motionless. The price the Feng Jun paid was that he aged a little. The originally gentle middle-aged man had now become a little old man in his 50s or 60s. Squinting at the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand, Yang Kai said in a cold voice, "If you can use that technique again, I will wring my head off and give it to you." The Feng Jun coughed a few times, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Palace Master Yang's eyes are sharp. With my ability, I can only use that technique twice at most. It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, but after the two golden words appeared, many small cracks appeared on the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand. It seemed that the technique just now had caused great damage to the remains of the great emperors, and it wouldn't be able to withstand it a third time. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly, and with an arrogant expression, he said fiercely, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" How infuriating. He had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and people. It wouldn't be a problem to take down a fake emperor. However, the other party had struck first, and Bai Zhua and Bai Ye were directly eliminated from the battlefield. Although the two half-saint were still alive and didn't show any signs of injury, who knew what kind of divine technique those golden words were? It would probably take a lot of effort to undo them. Therefore, Yang Kai had a belly full of anger. However, he still had the upper hand in the current situation. The Feng Jun had used the divine technique of the great emperors twice in a row, and he had also paid a big price. On the other hand, he and the Dharmakaya were almost intact. If they really fought, the Feng Jun would definitely not be the Dharmakaya's opponent. Although he was at a great disadvantage, the Feng Jun was still smiling. "Palace Master Yang, do you think victory is in your hands? Although I can't use the technique just now, I'm not a fish on the chopping board. Palace Master Yang, if you want to make things difficult for me, please think twice." Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Destroy your own cultivation, and I may spare your life." The Feng Jun shook his head and laughed. "Palace Master Yang, you think too highly of yourself." As he spoke, he raised the remains of the great emperors that were full of cracks in his hand. "There's still a secret technique hidden in this bone, but I don't want to use it unless it's a last resort. Therefore, I want to negotiate with Palace Master Yang." There's no room for negotiation. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. In today's situation, either you die or I die. The Feng Jun looked helpless. He lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. Then, he looked up at Yang Kai. "Palace Master Yang, do you have to do this? Or you can give me the remains of the great emperors." The Feng Jun shook his head. "That's absolutely impossible. Other than that, everything else is negotiable." "Then there's no room for negotiation." When Yang Kai finished speaking, his whole body suddenly blurred. The next moment, he rushed in front of the Feng Jun, raised his finger, and pointed at the Feng Jun. The power of this finger condensed all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Although it wasn't a divine technique, even a fake emperor couldn't be unharmed after being hit by it. The embodiment and Yang Kai's mind were connected. When Yang Kai made his move, the embodiment had already rushed behind the Feng Jun. On the demonic war hammer, the embodiment rolled and smashed down. This time, the Feng Jun didn't spit out any essence blood, and no golden words appeared on the remains of the great emperors. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was alarmed. His finger moved faster and faster, and the embodiment's demonic war hammer smashed down even more fiercely. With a light cracking sound, an invisible force enveloped the Wind Monarch. Chapter 36:46. The sound came from the remains of the great emperors in the Wind Monarch's hand. Half of the 1-foot-long rib bone suddenly broke, and the front half turned into powder and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the Wind Monarch, who was so close to him, was suddenly thousands of miles away. The all-out attack and the embodiment's demonic war hammer both hit empty air. Looking up again, the Wind Monarch's figure had merged into the outline of the flowing time temple. He seemed to have entered another world, looking at Yang Kai through a transparent barrier. Standing in front of the magnificent gate, under the plaque of the flowing time temple, the Wind Monarch's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, you ruined this king's plan. When this king comes out, I will slaughter your high heaven palace." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. How could he not know that he had entered the Four Seasons realm? The Four Seasons realm would not be opened easily, but since Qiongqi could enter it, it meant that this small world was not completely closed, and there were other ways to enter. The Wind Monarch had mastered one of these methods. When the large array was interrupted, the gradually revealed outline of the flowing time temple froze. Now, when the Wind Monarch used the remains of the sea in his hand as a medium to send himself into the Four Seasons realm, the flowing time temple slowly became blurry and disappeared again. The Wind Monarch set up a large array here and came here with the remains of the great emperors. His original plan was to summon the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm and refine it into his palace. But Yang Kai led the half-saint of demon race to cause trouble, so this plan could not work. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to enter the flowing time temple himself. That's why he hated Kai Yang so much, and why he had spoken such harsh words. Looking at the situation, when the outline completely disappeared, it would be the moment when the small world of the Four Seasons realm was completely isolated from the star boundary. The flowing time temple faded very quickly. In the time it took for the Wind Monarch to speak, the outline had almost disappeared. Yang Kai took a step forward, the space principle surging around him, and his divine sense spread forward like a tide. At the same time, he said, "You stay." These words were said to the embodiment. He could not enter the Four Seasons realm before because he could not detect the space beacon in the void of the Four Seasons realm. Now that he had obtained the power of the Wind Monarch and the remains of the great emperors, the Four Seasons realm had a little connection with the star boundary. With his attainment in the space principle, he should be able to break through the barrier of the Four Seasons realm and enter the Four Seasons realm and pursue Monarch. No matter what the Wind Emperor was plotting, he was one of the four great demon emperors of the demon heavenly way. So Yang Kai couldn't just turn a blind eye to him. What's more, he still had people in the Four Seasons realm. However, he could pursue, but the embodiment could not leave. Bai Zhua and Bai Ye had been affected by the divine technique of the great emperors, turning into statues and unable to move. They needed someone to look after them. Of course, he could take Bai Zhua and Bai Ye back into the small sealed world, but the emperor realm of the demon path had not all died yet, so the embodiment had to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Hearing this, the embodiment also knew that the current situation did not allow him to follow, so he immediately nodded, "Be careful." No one knew better than him what the embodiment was capable of, so even if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, the embodiment was not too worried. What's more, the Wind Monarch had continuously used the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, which consumed a lot of energy. It was unknown how much strength he could exert now. Moreover, not only were the two little kids Yang Shui and Yang Xiao in the Four Seasons realm, but there were also masters like Lu Yin and Qiongqi. Even if the Wind Monarch did not know, how could the embodiment not know? The Wind Monarch thought that he could sit back and relax after escaping to the Four Seasons realm, but in fact, he had broken into a tiger's den. The only question was how the Wind Monarch would react when he met them in the Four Seasons realm. He would probably be very surprised. This was the advantage of communicating with the embodiment. There was no need to waste words, and they could see through each other's thoughts with just a thought. However, in the time it took to say this sentence, the outline of the flowing time temple had completely disappeared, along with the figure of the wind monarch. The connection between the Four Seasons realm and the star boundary was soon to be cut off. When the law of space surged, Yang Kai took 3 steps forward. When he took the first 2 steps, he was still in the same place, seemingly not moving at all. It was extremely strange, but when he took the 3rd step, he inexplicably disappeared. The embodiment also lost the connection with Yang Kai at the same time, knowing that he should have entered the Four Seasons realm. A great battle between a fake emperor and half-saint level started in a hurry and ended in a hurry. At this moment, Master Sun, who was watching the show from the side, turned pale and turned to escape. A figure had already blocked in front of him. Zhao Quan's expression was cold, holding 2 huge copper hammers in his hands, as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. Master Sun, where do you want to go? When the spirit array had just been activated, Zhao Quan had reversed his cultivation method and forced out a mouthful of blood to escape the spirit array. This was also the idea that Yang Kai had given him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape once the spirit array was fully activated. Looking at the fate of the people from the Emperor realm lying on the ground, it was clear that if Zhao Quan entered the spirit array with his cultivation, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Escaping early to save his life, he was now in the best state of the people from the Emperor realm except for Master Sunday. Although Grandmaster Sun's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were profound, and he was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, his ability to fight with others was very poor. There was already a half-saint demon race eyeing him covetously, and now that Zhao Quan was blocking his way, he immediately panicked and tried to act tough. Get lost, or this king won't show mercy. Zhao Quan slowly shook his head. Before Palace Master Yang returns, Master Sun should stay. He didn't immediately kill him. His own experience was the best example. As long as he could extract the blood demon essence blood from his body, the people of the demon heavenly path would naturally recognize their position and no longer serve the demon race. Unless it was someone who took the initiative and sincerely sought refuge with the demon race. Generally, those who were affected by the secret technique and changed their temperament would turn back. Zhao Quan didn't know the situation of others, but he had heard before that this Master Sun was also a demon disciple who was captured by the demon race and was affected by the secret technique. Words were useless. Master Sun decisively threw a jade card at Zhao Quan. The most common method used by array masters in battle was to release an array plate. It was convenient and fast to seal the spirit array in the array plate. Zhao Quan waited with rapt attention, but before the array plate flew in front of him, a figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it. Looking closely, it was one of the helpers that Yang Kai had summoned before. With a gentle squeeze, the array plate was crushed. Violent energy poured out from the embodiment's hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Master Sun's expression changed greatly, and he took out a few more array plates. The embodiment didn't bother to entangle with him. He rushed forward and punched him, directly knocking him unconscious. Zhao Quan watched from the side with cold sweat dripping down his back. He was strong enough to fight so simply and violently. In a small world isolated from the outside world, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. The flowing time temple and the wind monarch were nowhere to be seen. Although he immediately chased after them, he was shuttling through the void. The difference of a few millimeters was huge, so the current situation wasn't strange. He had come to the Four Seasons realm once. At that time, his strength was still low. Now, he was a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. The Four Seasons realm originally didn't allow cultivators above the Tao Source realm to enter. This small world was maintained by its own laws. Unless one could transcend this law, they would be restricted. However, Qiongqi had opened the back door and brought Lu Yin in. Now, the Wind Monarch had broken in with the remains of the great emperors. The law restricting cultivation had broken by itself. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to enter unscathed. However, this was indeed the Four Seasons realm. Glancing around, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the scenery around him was somewhat familiar. He should have been here before. After thinking about it again, he suddenly realized that this was the Two Seasons mountain range. The Four Seasons realm was divided into 4 major territory. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were clearly separated. The Two Seasons mountain ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, dividing the four territory. On the left and right of the Two Seasons Mountain, the seasons were different. It was very mysterious. Recognizing the location, Yang Kai seriously recalled the location of the flowing time temple, then determined the direction and flew towards it. However, after taking a step, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face. This was because when he took that step forward, the environment he was in had suddenly changed completely. When he first entered this place, the surroundings were scorching hot, as if he was in the middle of summer. However, after taking that step, the scorching heat disappeared in an instant. The cold wind whistled in his ears and white snow entered his eyes. It was as if he had entered the coldest winter. The biting cold penetrated his flesh and blood through his pores. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably freeze to death within a few breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown as he had not encountered such a change last time. Although the seasons changed quickly, there was no sense of abruptness. The scenery around him was completely consistent with the seasons he felt. It was as if he had entered a different world after taking that step. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai took another step. When this step fell, the biting cold disappeared and was replaced by the bleak autumn wind. At the same time, the surrounding snow disappeared, the leaves withered and yellow, and the fruit trees in the forest were full of fruits. After the summer and winter scenes, he stepped into the autumn scene. Yang Kai raised his foot again, but this time, he did not step forward, but took a step back. Logically speaking, this step should have been the winter scene that he had just encountered, but what was surprising was that when he took a step back, what greeted him was not the winter scene, but the spring scene where all things were revived. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward again. Step by step, the scenery in front of him changed like a merry-go-round. It was not his own vision, but the whole world. It was really a scene with every step. Moreover, there was no pattern to it at all. The four seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter seemed to change at will. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened in the Four Seasons realm, it seemed that something had definitely changed in this place. What worried him now was whether this change was caused by the arrival of the Wind Monarch, or if it had always existed. If it was the former, it didn't matter. He just needed to find the Wind Monarch and get rid of him. If it was the latter, then it meant that Xiongqi and the others had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, how could such a change occur in the Four Seasons realm? Chapter 36-47. The seasons in the Four Seasons realm changed constantly, and Yang Kai could see the scenery of a season with every step he took. If he encountered such a scene in normal times, Yang Kai would be ecstatic. After all, such a strange thing was not something that could be encountered easily. Calming down and comprehending it would surely yield some gains. But now that he had something important to do, Yang Kai was not in the mood to comprehend anything. He just kept his head down and rushed in the direction of the flowing time temple. As time went by, Yang Kai's face became dignified. He actually noticed that his lifespan was slipping away. Since the beginning of cultivation, at most 100 years, cultivators had seized the good fortune of heaven and earth, conspired for the fate of the universe, and had techniques to preserve their youthful looks. Therefore, Yang Kai looked like a young man in his 20s or 30s. Perhaps in another 100 years, or even 1,000 years, his appearance would not change much. Generally speaking, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to feel their lifespan slipping away, unless the speed was very fast. Yang Kai was in such a situation at the moment. With every step he took, as he flew forward, he clearly felt that time was flowing on his body. After galloping for a few dozen miles, he felt like he had lived for decades. This wasn't an illusion. Yang Kai was sure that he had indeed been experiencing the passage of time for several dozen years. In other words, he had only flown a few dozen kilometers in the Four Seasons realm, yet he had aged several dozen years for no reason. This feeling made his heart sink. He did not know if it was because of the abnormal situation in the Four Seasons realm, or if he had really been flying for decades without realizing it. But no matter what the reason was, he could not stop. So even if he was aware of the flowing time Great Emperor, he still moved forward quickly. He calmed his mind and was not affected by external forces. After an unknown period of time, When a huge palace suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Kai stopped. Looking up at the palace, an ancient aura rushed towards him. Yang Kai's mind was a little absent-minded. At that moment, he could not remember why he had come here. He could not even remember who he was. 1,000 miles of land, 1,000 years of time, passed quickly as he flew. No matter what happened in the outside world, Yang Kai felt that 1,000 years had indeed passed. He had not thought for 1,000 years and had only flown forward instinctively. When he reached the end, he would naturally be at a loss. However, when the words "flowing time temple" appeared in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's confused eyes gradually lit up, and his chaotic mind quickly became clear again. He remembered who he was and why he had come here. The gate of the temple opened, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The moment he stepped through the door, he had already entered the flowing time temple. Before Yang Kai had time to examine the situation inside the temple, a figure flew towards him. Yang Kai's face went cold as he secretly circulated his demonic qi, ready to act at any moment. But when he saw the appearance of the person rushing towards him, his eyes couldn't help but widen. It was because that person's attire and appearance were exactly the same as his. If there was a mirror in front of him, he would definitely think that he was looking at a mirror. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't exactly the same. The other party's face seemed to be a few years older than his own, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. Yang Kai saw him, so naturally the other party also saw Yang Kai. When their eyes met, the man didn't wait for Yang Kai to say anything and directly said, "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and find your son." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed past like a gust of wind, plunged into a crack, and disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that this hall was filled with void cracks. Each crack was long and short, like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Yang Kai was baffled by the man's words. Although he had several wives, he had no children so far, so how could he have a son? However, he did have a godson, and it was a dragon race. Yang Kai thought that as long as he entered the temple, he would be able to meet that smelly brat, but who would have thought that he would encounter such an inexplicable scene? But in any case, Yang Kai was a little concerned about the sudden appearance of a person who looked exactly like him, so he didn't hesitate and chased after the figure into a void crack. The next moment, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the world changed, and he appeared in the temple again. It was almost the same as the temple he was in just now, as if it hadn't moved at all. The surroundings were still filled with countless void cracks, and the man from before was nowhere to be seen. This made Yang Kai frown. He had obviously come in right after him, so why had he disappeared? Just as he was puzzled, a void crack suddenly fluctuated next to him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure suddenly rush out of the void crack. It was another him. This him seemed to be more seriously injured. His whole body was covered with golden blood, his clothes were tattered, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He hurriedly rushed in this direction. Yang Kai's expression froze. When he saw the first him before, he didn't react, so although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it. He only thought that it might be an illusion, but when the second him appeared, he immediately carefully examined the other party, and the result made him inexplicably shocked. It was really him. Not only were their clothes and auras exactly the same, but even the power fluctuations and divine sense on their bodies were exactly the same. In this world, it was impossible for two people to be exactly the same. Even twins would have some slight differences, but this him was really exactly the same as Yang Kai, except for his appearance being a few years younger. But this difference in appearance was definitely not as simple as just a few years. When Yang Kai was flying through the Four Seasons realm, he felt as if 1,000 years had passed. The principle of time had passed on him for 1,000 years, but his appearance hadn't changed much. If he wanted to age him by a few years, it would definitely take more than 1,000 years, perhaps 2,000 years, or even 3,000 years. Moreover, if the two him were to be carefully distinguished, there would be some slight differences in appearance. Yang Kai couldn't bear to do this to himself, so he hurriedly called out, "Wait!" The second him turned his head to look at him and grinned. "Run? Do you want to die just standing there?" Hearing himself say this to himself, Yang Kai felt really strange. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Just as he was hesitating, the second him plunged into a void crack and disappeared just like the previous one. The next moment, from the void crack the second him ran out. A figure chased after him. This person was dressed like a scholar and looked gentle and refined. Who else could it be but the Wind Monarch? Previously, the Wind Monarch had repeatedly spat out blood to stimulate the power of the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, causing great damage to himself. His appearance had also suddenly aged by 20 or 30 years, turning from a man in his 30s into an old man. But at this moment, the Wind Monarch had regained his original appearance, and his aura was vigorous. Not only had he recovered, but his momentum was even stronger than before. Yang Kai was shocked and couldn't understand how he did it. One must know that the Wind Monarch had damaged his own blood essence when he stimulated the divine technique of the great emperors. That kind of damage couldn't be recovered without 80 to 80 years of meditation. Even if there was a heavenly emperor artifact that could shorten the time, it was impossible to recover so quickly. Although he had run for 1,000 years in the Four Seasons realm before, that was just his perception. 1,000 years shouldn't have really passed. What the hell? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. The reason why he chased into the Four Seasons realm alone and didn't let his embodiment follow him was that the world principles needed to be left outside to deal with the aftermath, and also because he was confident in himself. The Wind Monarch had suffered great damage, but he was unscathed. Moreover, Lu Yin and Xiongqi were in the Flowing Time Temple. If the Wind Monarch didn't know how to deal with him and barged in here, he only needed to call out to Lu Yin and Xiongqi, and everyone would fight side by side. How could the Wind Monarch be a match for them? But the current situation was that Lu Yin and Xiongqi were nowhere to be seen. He couldn't feel their presence and aura at all. On the contrary, the Wind Monarch was like a fierce tiger. This was a little different from what he had imagined. As his thoughts raced, the Wind Monarch saw him, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he chuckled. "Where did you come from, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai frowned and didn't answer, mainly because he didn't know how to answer. The Wind Monarch said again, "It doesn't matter. It's the same no matter who I kill." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. With the devil chi rising, Yang Kai shouted, and the mountains and rivers bell flew out and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. With a loud bang, the light on the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, and it was directly knocked back. Yang Kai's chi and blood tumbled in his chest. Before he could recover, he saw the Wind Monarch suddenly raise his hand, and an exquisite hourglass appeared in his palm. The hourglass didn't look like anything special, but Kai Yang's expression changed as he instinctively felt a dangerous aura coming from it. Yang Kai didn't understand the mysteries of the hourglass, nor did he understand the strength of the Wind Monarch. He was even more confused about the situation here, so how could he continue to be entangled with him? Hurriedly putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai didn't wait for the Wind Monarch to activate the hourglass's power before his figure flickered and he rushed directly into a nearby void crack. When he reappeared, he was in the main hall full of cracks, as if everything had returned to the beginning. After calming down the chi and blood tumbling in his chest, Yang Kai looked around and waited with rapt attention. After a short while, a fluctuation came from one of the cracks, and Yang Kai hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, a moment later, a third him rushed out. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned, because this third him was even more embarrassed than the previous two. His appearance had not changed much, and he looked like he was in his 30s, but his hair was a little more see. How old was he? How could his hair have turned white? After the third him appeared, he immediately rushed toward Yang Kai. Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he hurriedly said, "You are me, and I am you. The space-time here has been distorted. What you see now is the future you, understand?" Yang Kai did not know whether to nod or shake his head. Until now, he was not sure whether the one in front of him was him or not. If it was, then it meant that his future self and his present self had met here. However, if the space-time here was really distorted, it was really possible. Chapter 36:48 The four directions were the universe, and since ancient times, it had always been the universe. The secrets of the universe were the secrets of time and space, which contained great mysteries and mysteries. Although Yonkai had some attainments in the law of space, they were only related to the void of time and space. Only the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal had a basic understanding of time and space. The scene here was related to the universe's time and space, so he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake for a while. After the third hymn finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Wind Monarch is here. Let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Yonkai's arm and flew towards a nearby crack. Just as he was about to enter the crack, the third self anxiously warned, "The power of that hourglass in Wind Monarch's hand is unpredictable. You must be careful." After rushing into the crack, Yonkai was alone again. He had obviously rushed in with the third hymn, but after entering here, he had disappeared. However, when he looked around, Yonkai's expression brightened. This was because the palace had finally become a little different from before. The previous few times he had come to this palace, it was filled with cracks. However, this time, there weren't so many strange scenes in the palace. Yonkai breathed a sigh of relief. If the scene just now kept repeating, he really wouldn't know how to deal with it. Now that there was a change, it was good. The hall was empty, there was no trace of living people, and there were no signs of fighting. There were side doors on both sides. Yonkai probed with his divine sense but found nothing, so he casually chose a direction and left the hall. The hall was connected to a corridor with rooms on both sides. The corridor was very long, and he couldn't see the end of it. The floor under his feet was flowing with inexplicable colors, making it look strange. Yonkai came to the nearest room and waited with rapt attention. He pushed the door open and checked carefully, but there was nothing in the room. Naturally, there was no one. He checked the rooms one by one, but found nothing. Moreover, as he investigated, Yonkai found that he couldn't feel the passage of time in this place. It could be said that dozens or hundreds of years had passed, or it could be said that time had stopped flowing. This trip to the flowing time temple was completely different from the last time. After checking countless rooms, when Yonkai pushed open the door of one of the rooms again, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This room was finally not empty. There was a ferocious giant beast lying in it. At first glance, it looked like a tiger with two horns on its head and a pair of wings on its back. This giant beast was unaware of Yonkai's arrival, and its snoring was like thunder. Who else could it be but Xiongqi? Yonkai stepped forward and greeted it. Even after calling out a few times, Xiongqi did not respond, causing Yonkai to frown. Xiongqi was still a divine spirit and was extremely powerful. Forget about sleeping, even if it was in secluded retreat. If someone were to intrude, it would likely wake up immediately. However, there was no response even after he shouted at it a few times. This was a bit strange. Since shouting was useless, Yonkai immediately stepped forward and patted its head, but there was still no effect. Xiongqi seemed to have really fallen asleep, and its snoring didn't stop for a moment. Yonkai punched its head a few times, neither too hard nor too light. It wouldn't hurt it, but it was enough to wake it up from its sleep. But the reality surprised Yonkai. After eating a few of his punches, Xiongqi still didn't move at all. This made Yonkai a little frightened. Even such a method couldn't wake Xiongqi up. What was wrong with it? Moreover, Xiongqi clearly led Lu Yin, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui into the Four Seasons realm, but now it was alone. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Lu Yin were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? Since he couldn't wake Xiongqi up, Yonkai wanted to put it into the sealed world bead, but after several attempts, he still didn't succeed. It wasn't Yonkai's fault, but Xiongqi was wrapped in a layer of invisible power that made it impossible for Yonkai to use his divine sense. If he couldn't break through this invisible barrier, he couldn't put it into the sealed world bead. After struggling for a while, Yonkai shook his head helplessly and gave up. Although Xiongqi was sleeping, there was nothing wrong with it, so there was no need to worry too much. And since he could find Xiongqi here, he should be able to find Lu Yin and the others. Yonkai immediately sped up his search, checking the rooms one by one. In this flowing time temple, the passage of time was a very vague concept. Even someone as strong as Yonkai couldn't distinguish it. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found Lu Yin in another room. Lu Yin hadn't changed much. She still looked like a little girl, but like Qiongqi, she had fallen into a deep sleep, curled up on the floor of her room, sleeping soundly. After trying hard, Lu Yin really couldn't wake up. Her situation was exactly the same as Qiongqi's. First it was Qiongqi, then it was Lu Yin. Yang Kai really didn't know what they had encountered after entering the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai thought that he would be able to find Yang Xiao again, but who would have thought that even after searching all the rooms, he still couldn't find a trace of the two children. At the end of the long corridor, there was another hall. After entering this place, Yang Kai's mind was in a trance again. Because this hall was exactly the same as the place he was in before, he thought that he had returned to his original place. But there was someone here. Dressed like a Confucian scholar, he looked like a teacher. Demon Heavenly Path, one of the four great monarchs under the command of the sect master, the Wind Monarch. This Wind Monarch was in good condition, and all the injuries he had suffered before had been healed. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a high platform in the hall. The high platform was shrouded in a translucent light curtain. Very obvious fluctuations of the time principle flowed out from the light curtain. At this moment, the Wind Monarch's eyes were closed, and he should be healing, unaware of Yang Kai's arrival. After narrowing his eyes and looking at him for a while, Yang Kai gently took a breath. When he exhaled, his demonic qi surged, and his fighting spirit soared. Although he had encountered three himself who had been chased by the Wind Monarch, and although one of the himself had told him to hurry and find Yang Xiao, the situation in the flowing time temple was so strange and inexplicable. If he wanted to break the situation now, the only choice was to start with the Wind Monarch. Therefore, Yang Kai decisively took action. His figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was above the Wind Monarch's head, and the myriad sword wrapped in his cultivation base fiercely slashed down. The light curtain shrouding the high platform was the work of the great emperors, so how could Yang Kai break it? When the thunderous sword slashed down, the light curtain immediately caved in, but it was tough and didn't break. However, disturbed by this, the Wind Monarch, who was meditating and healing, suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and the Wind Monarch grinned. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you want to break through it. Come. Raising his hand high, he passed through the light curtain and grabbed the myriad sword. As he madly stimulated his emperor qi, a fierce force rebounded. Yang Kai directly let go, abandoning the myriad sword. As his divine sense surged, his left eye turned into a majestic golden vertical, breathtaking, and a budding lotus shot out from his eye and rushed into the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea. As soon as the blossoming lotus appeared, the Wind Monarch's body trembled. Although he was strong, his soul cultivation was slightly inferior to Yang Kai's, so he was careless and fell into the trap. The white lotus took root in the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea and bloomed, absorbing his soul power. The Wind Monarch groaned, and the seawater in his knowledge sea roared, resisting the power of the secret technique. The lotus bloomed halfway, but it was no longer able to do anything. After all, it was not a soft persimmon that could be easily crushed. Although it was unexpected, it still could not take full effect. The Wind Monarch sneered. Just as he was about to ridicule, his expression changed again. This was because the half-blooming lotus flower had suddenly expanded. In his perception, the lotus flower was incomparably huge. It actually wrapped around his entire body and then quickly closed. The blossoming lotus ended, and the angry lotus appeared. Two soul secret techniques, one after the other, appeared. Yang Kai attacked ruthlessly and decisively. Break! The Wind Monarch's divine sense surged wildly. As he roared, he broke the lotus seal and escaped. Caught off guard, a saber light chopped down on his head. Soul Cutter, heaven-breaking strike. Since it had the blossoming lotus and the angry lotus, how could it not have the power of the Soul Cutter? This time, the Wind Monarch could not block it and was slashed by the Soul Cutter. His soul was not a good feeling. His face suddenly twisted, and his emperor qi burst out in all directions like a tsunami. The universe trembled, and Yang Kai was sent flying. In midair, Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale, but he still urged the space law and pounced on the wind monarch again. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a spell. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell appeared and covered the wind monarch. Yang Kai shouted again in a low voice, "Dragon transformation!" As the dragon roared, golden light shone. With a crackling sound, dragon scales covered his whole body. 2 horns grew on his forehead, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. His body grew slightly taller, and a dragon tail swung behind him. In a flash, Yang Kai had turned into a half-dragon. The wind monarch was still in a daze after being injured by the soul cutter. Yang Kai had already pounced in front of him. His 2 dragon claws grabbed his arms and pinned him down. The next moment, the mountains and rivers bell came down from the sky. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai estimated that he was no match for the wind monarch. The previous 3 selves were examples. Therefore, Yang Kai did not plan to compete with the wind monarch in terms of cultivation. He had his own territory that he was good at. That was the half-dragon body. This was something that the wind monarch could not compare to. As long as the battlefield was limited to a small area, he might be able to win in close combat. Therefore, the mountains and rivers bell came down. Yang Kai planned to trap the wind monarch inside the mountains and rivers bell with him. Last time, when he killed the half-Saint Ensi in the demon territory, he used this method. Although he lost half of his life after that, it was better than giving the wind monarch a chance to fight. Yang Kai had many tricks up his sleeve. The wind monarch also suffered a little. Moreover, the wind monarch had long heard of the mountains and rivers bell. This was the life treasure of the Yuan Ding great emperors. If he was really trapped, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. Therefore, when he saw the rare treasure coming down from the sky, the wind monarch knew what Yang Kai was planning. Chapter 36:49. Since he knew, how could he let Yang Kai get what he wanted? With his arms locked, he couldn't move. While he was shocked by Yang Kai's brute strength, Feng Jun didn't panic and just shouted, "Wind!" As soon as he finished speaking, he really turned into a breeze, ethereal and untraceable. Yang Kai's hands were empty as Feng Jun had already escaped. The falling mountains and rivers bell stopped in midair. Now that Feng Jun was free from his shackles, there was no need for the mountains and rivers bell to fall. That breeze was visible to the naked eye and extremely mysterious. It floated to the side and turned back into Feng Jun's figure. He smiled calmly and said, "Do you know how long this king has been waiting for you here?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he gave his own answer, 100 years, a whole 100 years. Feng Jun's face showed a happy expression. This place is really mysterious and unparalleled. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is indeed worthy of the name of the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Now that this king has recovered from his injuries, I'm afraid you are no longer my opponent. Although he entered the Four Seasons realm at the same time as Yang Kai, he had the remains of the great emperors in his hands, so he directly entered the Flowing Time Temple to heal and meditate here for 100 years, replenishing his previous losses and waiting for Yang Kai to come. Although he didn't understand what he said, how could Yang Kai not understand the meaning of his words? The Flowing Time Temple distorted time and space. Since Feng Jun could now recover to his original state, it naturally took 100 years. It was just that Yang Kai didn't understand the passage of time. On the other hand, Feng Jun probably didn't know what Yang Kai had experienced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Feng Jun's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "I have long heard that you were related to the dragon race on Dragon Island and possess the origin of the dragon race. Now it seems that it is true. However, external forces are external forces after all. How can they be more mysterious than your own power? Where is your helper? Aren't you going to summon it?" Previously, Yang Kai had summoned 3 half-saint of demon race at once. Baizhua and Baya had been sealed by him using the divine technique from the remains of the great emperors, leaving only a Dharmakaya behind. The Wind Monarch cared a lot about his Dharmakaya. If Yang Kai brought his Dharmakaya here, there would be a big battle today. "I'll summon it when I need it." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Don't worry about it." The Wind Emperor nodded. Junior, although you are young, your strength is indeed extraordinary. To be honest, I really don't have the heart to kill you. Yongkai raised his eyebrows and said, Then why don't you just stick your neck out and stab me? It will save us all the trouble. The Wind Emperor naturally ignored his words and said earnestly, I think that I don't have the heart to kill you, but you want to be my enemy. It's really a headache. Why don't you also become the demon race's heavenly Tao? If we can become a family, we won't have these concerns. In this way, you can keep your life and I won't have any regrets. Isn't it great? Moreover, the Taoist master will be happy to accept a young talent like you. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. You want me to become the demon race's heavenly Tao? Sincerely. The Wind Emperor looked solemn. With your ability, if you can join, you will be valued by the Taoist master. Although you won't be as high as the 4 monarchs, you will definitely be the one with the highest position under the 4 of us. When the demon race unifies the astral world, you will be free and unfettered. Hee. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The Wind Emperor had a serious expression. Why are you laughing? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm laughing because you are willing to be someone else's dog and still have a face full of glory. I'm laughing because you have cultivated for so many years but still can't be at ease. You want to use your position under the 4 monarchs to win me over, but do you know who I am? Who are you? The Wind Emperor looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai stood straight and smiled proudly. I am the astral world's 55th army, the army commander of the GZ army. Why would I care about the position of the demon race's lackey? When he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and took out a large order. The Wind Emperor's expression changed greatly, and he raised his hand to take out a small hourglass. At the same time, a light flashed on the large order and a burly figure shot out from it. The army commander's order was not only a symbol of the army commander's identity, but it was also a weapon to protect one's life and kill the enemy. It contained a divine technique of the great emperors. The order in Yang Kai's hand was refined by Zhan Wu Hin. Naturally, his divine technique was sealed inside. Yang Kai was facing a fake emperor alone. Since his sneak attack failed, he directly took out the army commander's order and activated the divine technique of the great emperors. There were only 2 words he wanted to say. End the battle quickly. Fake emperors were not easy to kill, and the Wind Emperor had been here for 100 years. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he was also full of confidence. Yang Kai might not be able to gain any advantage if he fought with him with his own strength. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take out the power of the order. Zhan Wu Hin's figure became solid, as if the one who walked out of the order was himself. The aura of the great emperors rushed toward the Wind Emperor, making it hard for him to breathe. Guided by Yang Kai's aura, Zhan Wu Hin came to the Wind Emperor in a few steps and raised his hand to punch the Wind Emperor. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a simple punch, just like a fight between ordinary people. However, the Wind Monarch's expression was one of shock. He flipped the hourglass in his hand, and the fine sand flowed down. A layer of light spread out from the center of the hourglass. Zhan Wuhin's figure was enveloped by the light. It was as if he had been struck by a spell, and he was frozen in place. Yang Kai's eyes widened. This situation was exactly the same as what happened to Baizhua and Baiya. The Wind Emperor couldn't help but laugh. You're just a... As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of cracking sounds. Zhan Wuhin's fist, which had been fixed in place, moved forward inch by inch, shattering the great restraints. Before the fist had even reached him, the void was already trembling. Cracks appeared one after another. The Wind Emperor let out a strange cry and was no longer as calm as before. He quickly retreated, but Zhan Wu Hin's attack followed him like a maggot. Seeing that he was about to hit the Wind Emperor activated his Emperor's chi again and turned the hourglass in his hand. It was exactly the same as before. A halo visible to the naked eye passed by, and Zhan Wu Hin's figure was fixed on the spot. This time, the Wind Emperor was no longer in the mood to mock him. He continued to retreat, his face extremely solemn. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhan Wu Hin moved again and broke the restraint of the void. He was clearly hundreds of feet away from the Wind Emperor, but when he moved, The Wind Emperor was horrified to find that the fist was right in front of his face again. Third turn of the hourglass. Zhang Wuhin fixed his body again. After 3 moves and 3 fixes, Zhang Wuhin's figure suddenly became faint. In just 3 breaths, his whole person disappeared in the void. Obviously, the power of the divine technique had disappeared. This divine technique of the great emperors didn't hurt the Wind Emperor at all. Although it didn't hurt him, the Wind Emperor was greatly exhausted. Yang Kai clearly saw that every time the hourglass was turned, the Wind Emperor's face became uglier and his aura dropped significantly. In order to activate this treasure, he had to pay a heavy price. But what the hell was that hourglass? Yang Kai couldn't understand how such a terrifying treasure could exist in this world. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the words of the third self. Be careful of that hourglass. Its power was unpredictable. Its power was indeed unpredictable. Although the order of the army commander only sealed one divine technique of the great emperors, which was not as powerful as the great emperors themselves, it was definitely not something that an ordinary fake emperor could resist. Even so, it couldn't hurt the Wind Emperor, which showed the extraordinary power of this treasure. In the main hall, there were cracks everywhere. They were not only the void cracks, but also the space-time seemed to be in chaos. Such a situation was very similar to what Yang Kai encountered when he first entered the Flowing Time Temple. Ha 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 ha. The Wind Emperor laughed wildly with indescribable joy. He had escaped with his life from the great emperors. Even though he was in a difficult situation, it was enough to be proud of. Therefore, he was happy. He laughed loudly and held the hourglass in his hand while gasping for breath. Junior, do you know what this is? Yang Kai's face darkened. Where did you get it from? It was impossible for the Wind Emperor to block Zhang Wuhin's divine technique with his own strength, but in fact, the Wind Emperor blocked it. Although he only relied on the power of the treasure, it showed that he was extraordinary. The appearance of this treasure was inexplicable. Obviously, the Wind Emperor didn't have it before. Otherwise, he would have used it to deal with the Dharmakaya and the others. Why would he use his blood to activate the power in the remains of the great emperors? Since he didn't have it before, the only explanation was that he got it from the Flowing Time Temple. This was the treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The treasure of the great emperors was used to deal with the great emperor's divine technique, which saved his life. He didn't break Zhang Wuhin's divine technique, but he exhausted his power. That's right. The Wind Emperor laughed happily. I got this treasure from the high platform. You probably don't know that this treasure is the treasure of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, this treasure was left in the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the fated person to get it. And I am that fated person. Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Qiongqi, the old guy. Since this guy was the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had guarded the Flowing Time Temple for countless years, he must know about this treasure. Since he knew about it, why didn't he take it away? Moreover, he had brought Yang Xiao and the others in before. Since there was a treasure here, why did he leave it to others? Now that the hourglass had fallen into the hands of the Wind Emperor, the life-saving divine technique that was sealed in the order of the army commander had been destroyed. This situation was really awkward. Yang Kai was so angry that he felt that he was about to be cheated to death by that old guy Qiongqi. The Wind Emperor had obtained a new treasure and used it to exchange a blow with the great emperors. He was feeling complacent and had no one to share his happiness with when Yang Kai's question suddenly scratched his itch. Naturally, he had to tell the truth. Rubbing the hourglass in his hand, the Wind Emperor laughed and said, "This is the endless hourglass, which contains 10,008 grains of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand. Each grain of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand was personally refined by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. 1 grain of sand can accelerate 1 month of time. 10,008 grains. That's the power of more than 800 years of time. The divine technique of the great emperors is indeed extraordinary, but how could it resist the power of this treasure?" Previously, when Zhang Wuhin appeared, the Wind Emperor was scared to death. Now that the crisis was over, He seemed to be able to predict the future. Chapter 3650. The endless hourglass contained 10,008 grains of flowing time Great Emperor Divine Sand. Each grain of flowing time Great Emperor Divine Sand was personally refined by the Great Emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor and contained the principle of time. 1 grain of divine sand could accelerate the flow of time for 1 month, so 10,008 grains were indeed equivalent to more than 800 years of time. The power of this principle of time was incomparably mysterious. Although the army commander's order contained the divine technique of the great emperors, it was still unable to withstand the erosion of the principle of time and thus dissipated. This was also why the Wind Emperor was able to withstand the divine technique of the great emperors. In a flash, Yang Kai understood everything. "Do you want to try?" Feng Junxiao looked at Yang Kai. Although this was a question, he did not give him a choice. Circulating his emperor qi, the hourglass in his hand turned over again. Tiny grains of sand slowly flowed inside the hourglass, and a halo of light, visible to the naked eye, suddenly enveloped Yang Kai, not giving him the slightest chance to react. When he was enveloped by this halo, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had formed a close connection with something. Tracing the source of this connection, his eyes immediately focused on the endless hourglass in Feng Junxiao's hand. At this moment, the endless hourglass exuded an aura that firmly locked onto him. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, making him feel as if he could not escape. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai dove into the nearest crack. The power of this endless hourglass could even resist the divine technique of the great emperors, so he did not want to test it. At this moment, escaping was more important. What's more, although this hourglass was powerful, it was impossible for the Wind Emperor to use it indefinitely. There would always be a limit, and that would be the time for him to counterattack. Rushing out of the crack, the experience was exactly the same as at the beginning. Once again, they came to a great hall and returned to the starting point. The space-time here was already in chaos. The source of the chaos was the collision between the endless hourglass and the divine technique of the great emperors. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that the layer of qi that had locked onto his body was not cut off because of his escape. It was still closely connected. Moreover, the next moment, from the crack that he had escaped from, the Wind King followed him. The Wind King was holding an endless hourglass in his hand. With a smile on his face, the Wind King accurately caught up with him and said, "It's useless. In front of this treasure, it's useless even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Obediently surrender, and you will be spared from torture." "Catch me first." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. He hurriedly dodged a few steps and found a crack to rush into. The Wind King slowly shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking expression, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, like a maggot following a bone. His voice pierced through the space-time and rang in Yang Kai's ears. "Why bother? Although you are not bad, how can you escape from the qi of this treasure? Don't you feel anything? You'd better give up struggling." It would have been better if the Wind King had not said this. As soon as the Wind King said this, Yang Kai indeed felt something, or confirmed something. He had a little feeling before, but he was not too sure. When the endless hourglass was turned over by the Wind King, when the hourglass locked onto him, when the divine sand of the flowing time great emperor slowly flowed in the hourglass, Yang Kai had a feeling that the flowing time great emperor had run over him. This feeling was very similar to what he had experienced when he was rushing to the flowing time temple from the Two Seasons Mountain. As if he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, the Wind King laughed. "Who do you think the flowing time great emperor's divine sand is supporting? Stupid Junior. What is flowing in the endless hourglass is not the flowing time great emperor's divine sand, but your lifespan." Yang Kai's face sank. It was not because the Wind King was exaggerating, but because he could confirm that what the Wind King said was true. When the endless hourglass locked onto him, and the flowing time great emperor's divine sand began to flow, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. A grain of the flowing time great emperor's divine sand represented the power of 1 month. After fleeing for a while, Yang Kai's hundreds of years of lifespan had been taken away by the endless hourglass out of thin air. This kind of treasure that could take away one's lifespan made Yang Kai feel a chill all over his body. He could not help but think that if this continued, he would suddenly die of old age here. Death was nothing to be afraid of. Although the flowing time great emperor's cultivation was short, he had seen and experienced too many wonderful things in his life. Even if he died in battle at this moment, he would have no regrets. However, dying without fighting and having his lifespan sucked away by the Wind King was a little unacceptable. Therefore, Yang Kai turned around, stopped, and clasped his hands together. He stared at the crack he had escaped from and smashed down heavily with the momentum of a mountain. This strike gathered all the power of his 300 Zhonglong dragon body. Even if the great emperors were here, he would still smash them until they bled. In the next moment, the Wind King chased him out of the crack. He was not surprised at all. He just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently. When the two fists smashed down, Yang Kai's heart sank slightly. He did not feel anything under his hands. This thunderous strike had hit nothing. At that moment, he clearly saw that the Wind King's speed had suddenly increased, and he had dodged his attack by a hair's breadth. Before Yang Kai could react, a strong force came from behind him. It was as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth. He rushed straight to the crack in front of him. He entered the crack and returned to the hall. There was someone in the hall. An intact him was standing there stupidly, looking at him in a daze. Yang Kai could clearly feel the surprise and vigilance in his eyes, just like when he entered the hall. "Did I meet my past me?" ? Yang Kai's face twitched. He did not know what expression to make. Unexpectedly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth to say, "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and find your son." After saying that, he realized that this sentence was exactly what he had heard when he entered the hall. He did not know why he had said it. However, there was no time to explain in detail. The Wind King was about to catch up. Yang Kai hurriedly escaped to a crack not far away. When he escaped into the crack, he could feel that the past him was chasing after him. However, he disappeared in an instant. The Wind King was waiting in front of him. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. He looked very enthusiastic when meeting an old friend. "Where can you escape to? Don't struggle in vain." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped toward Yang Kai. His movement was not fast. At least, Yang Kai could see it clearly. He raised his hands. When the law of space surged, a dozen pitch-black moon blades slashed through the air, leaving marks in the void. At this moment, his mind was slightly distracted. When he came back to his senses, the moon blades had no effect. Instead, he was hit again. His chest was hit so hard that his blood and chi were tumbling, and his bones were cracking. Standing up again, he looked at the Wind King gloomily. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "So it's not you who became faster." The two fights were enough for Yang Kai to see through some things. He originally thought that it was the Wind King who suddenly became faster, so he was caught off guard. However, it seemed that was not the case. The Wind King did not change. The one who changed was himself. The Wind King smiled. The endless hourglass is not only able to extract life. After all, it is a treasure left by the great emperors. How can it be so simple? Yang Kai nodded. "So, it is the endless hourglass that has affected my concept of time. As the saying goes, a day feels like a year. This is not without basis. If you are strong enough, you can indeed do this." The Wind King shook his head. "However, this treasure is very mysterious. I can't fully refine it, so I can't reach this level for the time being. Although I can't reach this level, I have gained something. So it is the endless hourglass that has lengthened my perception of time." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, something that could be dealt with in one breath. Yang Kai needed 10 or 100 breaths to react. Naturally, he could not deal with it. This was the reason why he had been hit twice. "So, are you still not going to admit defeat?" The Wind King looked at Yang Kai indifferently. "I really don't want to kill you." Yang Kai grinned hideously. "If you have the ability, make time freeze on me. Then, you can do whatever you want." The Wind King sighed softly. The whining of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear. He held the endless hourglass in his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Then, he pointed at Yongkai. In an instant, the hall was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. The whistling wind wrapped around Yongkai. The whirling wind turned into sharp blades, constantly cutting Yongkai's body. The wind blades were very powerful. If the Emperor realm fell into them, they would be crushed into pieces immediately. Yongkai did not die. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. However, in the whistling wind, there was a dragon's roar that shook the sky. The giant figure quickly revealed himself. The 300-meter-long dragon stood proudly in the wind, and sparks flew from its dragon scales. Yongkai opened his mouth and sucked. It was as if he was sucking a bowl of noodles. The wind around his body was sucked into his mouth and disappeared in 3 breaths. The Wind King was moved. Below the fake emperor, Yongkai was the strongest person he had ever met. He could kill an ordinary person from the emperor realm at will. However, the one in front of him seemed to be extraordinary. He was actually able to struggle until now. Crunch. Yongkai's mouth moved as if he was chewing something. His huge golden dragon eyes stared at the Wind King. He opened his mouth and shouted, "I'll give it back to you." When the last word came out, it turned into a mighty dragon's roar. It seemed to shake the 9 heavens and move the universe. With a soft puff, a burst of energy shot toward Feng Jun. It was useless. In Yongkai's vision, this attack clearly hit the Wind King. However, in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side, safe and sound. The one who was hit was only the Wind King in Yongkai's vision. Under the situation where one's perception of time was affected, it was very difficult to determine the enemy's true location. However, Yongkai did not stop. The ancient and obscure dragon language sounded again. He opened his mouth again. This time, what came out of his mouth was not a strong force. Instead, it was a thick, black, rolling flame. Fire Dragon's breath. The origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon was called the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon because this origin power could evolve all the powers of the dragon race. Fire Dragon, Water Dragon, Wind Dragon, Ice Dragon. As long as Yongkai wanted to, he could evolve them. In the past, Yongkai did not know how to do it. However, after going to the Dragon Palace and studying the dragon race's secret techniques, he knew how to do it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.